going on, freaks? Yep, went fishing today. It's kind of adventurous because I got I've had this Bixby motor for a long time, and I've never been able to use the damn thing. So I had to get this 24-volt battery and this little adapter thing they've got, and it worked here. And then 5 days later out there, it went beep, 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 beep. It just wouldn't work. So they've even called me up, and they were talking about it. It just doesn't make any sense. Everything's exactly the same. And so that didn't work, so I pedaled out there, and I lost another big one. The same jig and everything. Not the same exact one, but I casted it out. Boom! And I saw it coming up, and it just sort of shook it out of its mouth. I think it's hard with those little jigs. They just kind of, caught some smaller ones, like little guys. It's kind of always fun to catch those. And then after that, I went home and waited around, and then had surgery on my right thumb. See, there you go. Look at that right there. They gave me the dinosaur wrap. Only problem is I have to take a shower with a bag on my hand, and I've had this like trigger thumb for a while, so that he went in there and made it more open so it can slide in and out. It was getting stuck and then swelling, and it doesn't hurt at all now. I'll tell you what's really weird is right now it's still like completely numb. So, if I touch right there, I cannot feel. Basically, I only feel with my right hand, so it's like touching somebody else's thumb. That's so weird. Like I'm just touching somebody else's thumb right now with my right hand, because there's no feeling whatsoever. It's so weird. Like you sit there and you just go like this and touch it, and it's like it's just not even yours. It must be the same feeling if somebody's paralyzed or something. It's really weird. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, the shots hurt. They spray with this cold spray, but it barely seems to help. They get right in there and they're like, yeah, and I'm always making all these faces. I tell them, I'm making my faces worse than it feels. So there you go. Hey, thanks for the jewels, Reds. Well, I don't feel shitty. It's just right now I don't feel anything. Maybe in the morning it'll feel weird. So crazy though. So weird just touching one of your fingers and you literally can't feel anything. Yeah, I used that ultralight again. I always have more fun. That time I had the drag set well, but it just wasn't hooked well enough. It's like just kind of. I saw it again, It's just wasn't as big as the one before, but I bet it was like 3.5, 4 pounds, something like that. But it just sucked not being able to use that motor, Got to. Because there's a motor you can put on the side, you pedal, so it'd be great to use it to get somewhere further without having to expend so much energy, and then work your way all the way back. That's kind of how I want to do this. I hate the pedal, like half mile of pedaling out there to get to just where, or not a half mile, but even a quarter mile when you're just pedaling is like, I don't know. There's a whole first part of the way there's no fish in it. It's just sort of a muddy, really crappy water where like everybody, it's just totally different water. You can see it. Yeah, probably not, but I always have a lot of fun with it. It's only got like 6-pound test. It's weird because you can't, when you're using the, I guess what I should try is a spin rod that has like 12 pound. It's because it's hard to cast a little jig with a bait casting. You know, it's like, yeah, I don't know. They need to make a miniature bait caster, like something that's really small and it still works the same. Anyways. So, is there any chance on tonight, though, when we do the show, that we can somehow try to reach the goal somehow without me, like, having to spend all the energy of the show trying to get to the goal? Is there a chance at that? It just feels like every show, it's like a struggle, you know? And here we are again, starting off exactly the same way as we have been for a long time. All right. Anyways, we've got this right here. It says, "Hey, thanks, Cinnamon Sin Freak." A cool name. I always like that one. Litchfield Park family speaks out after bodies found in backyard. Suspect son flees country. I mean, what a psycho. Jeez. The family of the missing Litchfield couple released a statement saying they are devastated and fully cooperating with police. Avondale police named 27-year-old Matthew Flores as the primary suspect in his parents' murder and confirmed that he has fled the United States. I think he has relatives in Mexico. The FBI and the U.S. Marshal Service have joined the international manhunt for Flores, while medical examiners work to officially identify the remains. Well, I think the people that they're going to identify are going to be Hector Flores and Larissa Flores. That's what I think. They live at the same address as he lives. I'm sure he lives at their house. And his dad is actually a professor at like Cal Poly Pomona. You know, he's like a bigwig teacher. So he's Hector Flores right here. That's him. Associate Professor of Strategic Management of California State Polytechnic University, Pomona. Thank you, Cheryl Bullock. All right, so it says the family of the missing Litchfield Park couple has broken their silence after police dug up 2 bodies in their backyard, saying they are completely devastated while law enforcement searches for their son overseas. What they're saying is in a statement released through a representative, the family said they are working closely with investigators as local detectives and federal agents try to piece together what happened at the home. The Flores let's see. Semyonov family is devastated by recent events. Representatives said they are fully cooperating with law enforcement because this is an ongoing investigation. The family respectfully asks for privacy during this difficult time. Their deepest gratitude is extended to their loved ones, neighbors, and the community at large who have expressed concerns. They continued there. Now, the family's response comes as investigators continue tracking 27-year-old Matthew Flores, who police named as the primary suspect in his parents' disappearance. The case began earlier this week when worried relatives asked police to check on their parents and their son after being unable to reach them. Yeah, because he has two siblings that are almost his same age. When officers stepped inside the home near Litchfield Road and Wigan Boulevard, they found a massive amount of blood and clear evidence that someone had tried to clean up a violent scene. By Thursday, officers digging in the backyard unearthed two buried bodies. Jeez, what in the hell is this guy? The Maricopa County Office of the Medical Examiner shows pending autopsies for a couple in their 60s. Oh, there you go. Named Hector and Larissa Flores. So that is, I got it right. When the bodies were exhumed, listed as the date of death, says when the bodies were exhumed, listed as the date of death. Neighbors described the couples. So August 6th was the listed date of death. Right, thank you, Alley Cake. Neighbors described the couple as friendly and quiet, leaving the neighborhood stunned by the tragedy. Both the FBI and the U.S. Marshal Service have joined the effort. All right, that was one of them. And then, looks like Daily Mail had one. Man 27 flees country as bodies of his missing parents are found buried in Arizona. All right, so let's take a look at the house is right here. I looked him up, and he has the same address as his parents. And that's how I got the parents, based on that. So when you look at this yard here, so this is the house. That's interesting. Looks like the... Let me see. That's crazy. I was just looking at the pool there. It looks so similar to this house, but that's not it. Yeah, and there's a shallow end there. So this house here doesn't have a pool. See, like that's it, but it does have a pool later. So this 360-degree look is probably like 5 years ago. And so you can see, it looks like right there is the pool. And as a matter of fact, it looks like that's kind of like the shallow end right there. And it looks like they're digging up in the yard about right here. So, the body's buried here. Ish, you know, just right in that general area. See how there's a... I mean, it looks like this is under construction at the time. So this is back in... I mean, that's even April of 2026. What about February? See, look at even February of 2026. That pool was not there. This is just being constructed. Did this kid plan this out like this? So in February, there was no pool there. And then, literally, yeah, I mean, it's 751. That's the address. So, I mean, it's the right house. Yeah, and there's even this little deck. See that little deck right there? That's right here. See that? That's right there. So, yeah, that's wild. So, man, this is February. It wasn't even there, the pool. And then the next one is April, and the pool is being built, but it's not finished. And because later on there's cement that goes all the way around over here, and then they're digging right there. So he may have used the construction as sort of a, a way for, they're going to continue doing the construction and maybe go right over the top of it. Thank you, Haley. That's kind of interesting, the timing on that. Because that pool isn't even done. It looks like it's the pool, you know, it looks like it's almost done here, but it kind of has a feeling like it's still under, you know, they're still trying to get it finished. I mean, there's dirt there, but there was also just dirt, even on just the 360. See, that's just dirt. So the bodies were buried, it looks like right over here, kind of, just off to the side. Maybe right in that area. The investigation has developed into international manhunt as the FBI and the U.S. Marshal Service have joined efforts with the Avondale Police Department. Police did not say exactly how long it is believed Flores' alleged victims were buried or when they might have been killed. Officer Benavidez did reveal to Arizona Family that bodies were found in a state of decomposition. Yeah. I wonder how long. I was actually wondering that myself. That's weird too, because then that means the blood and I mean, how long has he been gone? You know? So it might have been a couple weeks before somebody said, hey, you know, we haven't heard from them. Can you do a welfare check? The son is gone the whole time. Like, he's out of here. You know? He's been... Because this is an ongoing investigation, the family respectfully asks for privacy. The news of the couple's death, who neighbors described as a pleasant and very friendly to Fox 10, has rocked the typically peaceful Litchfield Park neighborhood. This is in Arizona. Okay. I was so confused, and I'm honestly still confused, just seeing all this because our neighborhood is super quiet. I mean, look at this. Watch this one.
It's like a sea with a cold darkness clear. Silent alarms born from detail that suddenly sticks clear. Eyes below you.
Look at that. That's what I was saying. That's why I was playing that music. He's got that. The psycho low ears, man. Isn't that crazy?
Eyes below you.
Except the wording in the song isn't how I told it to do it. It's ears below eyes, but that doesn't sound as rhythmic. You know? Alright, guys, we're at 1/10 of the nightly goal. So it's hard to get there if we're just kind of all doing the same thing. Got to try to get to do some challenges, do something. Because here I have to do it again. We don't have much going on here. I don't even really see neighbors for the most part. I don't really see them come home. I don't see them leave. It's super, super quiet neighborhood. So this is a shock to all of us. Let's see, where do I got the... I think I got a picture. That's him right there. That's the father, Hector Flores, right there. And there was some... I saw a site that was sort of interesting, like in terms of, you know, the victimology element. Where was that? I think it's right here. You know, it's like Hector Flores... You know, rate the professor, you know, 1. Look nice old guy, but man, he's one of those professors that needs to drop the gig. Super old school. So maybe, you know, there was a situation where at home, which there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, the parent might have been very strict, etc. Super old school, no late work. Absences are only excused when you write a formal letter. Just makes class unenjoyable. And there's one there. He was my only option. He teaches nothing at all. Attendance mandatory with app. So some people just sign in with the app and leave. This is 2024. And I got a 4 there. There's a decent professor with a good attitude. He cares about your grade. The entire class was based on the CAP Sim program. He tends to lecture on things a few weeks late, so it's not helpful. Figure out the simulation in the practice rounds, and you should be okay. 50% of the class, you're with a group. Then there's somebody gave him 5. I took this professor during winter semester, and in the beginning, he did mention that he was going to be fast-paced, which it was. However, in the end, it really slowed down. We use capism to do some work, which is tricky at first, but you get the hang of it. And a lot of ones, Surely this course couldn't be as bad as they say, I thought, giggling. I couldn't have been more wrong. Multiple assignments due every week. Homework, projects, discussions, etc. He throws you in the bullpen and says, yeah, run this company, little bro. Oh, by the way, it's worth 30% of your grade. Good luck. I don't know. Yeah, it's just sort of, people out there. I don't know what it, the why is interesting, I guess, but it's like, it just means you're a nut job. I mean, everybody's parents are, we have strict parents. Some aren't strict. Mine were strict. And, people don't kill people. So I don't know if that's what it was, but hey, thanks, Wild Bill Wassman. And then one of the things, though, is like, that Matthew Flores guy, he had a Roblox account. And so, I'm wondering if the parents busted him on something. He does have the low ears, and Roblox is used by predators. And who the hell knows? They might have caught him on something, and he killed him so they wouldn't say anything, and then he just sort of panicked and got the hell out of Dodge. I'm sure he lived with him. He had the same address. That's how I found the parents. And that's how I knew that they were his parents, because they had the same address. Whenever you see that Roblox on adult, I don't know. I mean, some people just play Roblox, whatever, but it's absolutely a predator playground. That's where they hang out. And that's just the truth. You can pretend, well, I don't know, Gray, I really like playing, okay, well, predators hang out there. All right, and then I don't know if you'll be able to hear this, but
on rotation, PIO for Avondale Police. I'm here to provide you an update on a missing persons case that began for us on Tuesday afternoon. The update that I have for you is that we have located unidentified human remains in the backyard of this residence. Again, I'll remind you that this investigation began for us on Tuesday afternoon, in which we were called out for a welfare check. Family members of this residence called us reporting that they expected their mother, father, and adult son to be at the residence. On arrival to the residence, our Avondale police officers did not locate anyone inside the residence, and they found evidence of what they believed to be foul play. Our detectives came out to the scene, and we have been processing the residence and other items of evidence for the past couple of days. I can now tell you that our Avondale police detectives, with the assistance of the Phoenix Homicide Unit, are in the process of recovering 2 unidentified bodies in the backyard of this residence. The adult son, who was originally part of the report for the welfare check, is identified as Matthew Flores. He is 27 years old. And Matthew Flores is now considered a suspect in this missing persons investigation. I want you to know, and as you can see, this is an active investigation, and there are a lot of details that we are working on right now. However, I am happy to take some questions that I may be able to answer.
Can you identify anything more about what was found inside the house that leads police to believe that foul play is involved?
Right now, what I can say that we identified is a large amount of blood, and we also identified what we believe is evidence in an attempt to conceal that blood. And that's what made us believe that.
Probably try to clean it up.
There are other things that I can't speak to right now, but I can share with you those two things: a large amount of blood and evidence to us that there was an attempt to conceal that.
Now there you go. Arizona Central. So, I mean, that's basically all there is right now. You know, he's in Mexico. They actually know that he went to Mexico. I mean, this is where Guthrie's case is right there. Wouldn't that be crazy if he's the guy with the mask, you know, and his parents figured it out, and then he kills him and takes off? Wouldn't that be crazy? How far away is that? That just popped into my head. It's 111 miles. And it's weird because that's in that direction too. I mean, the odds of that are 1 in a million. But I'm just saying. There's got to be a reason he killed his parents, you know. Psychos. Welcome, bedazzling. I guess this is going to be another one of those nights, you guys, where I have to keep asking. So my channel, you guys, relies on the people watching to support it. I give a lot of money away from the channel every single month. And we've given $304,000. We have a scholarship fund that we fund. We have a DNA fund that we've put like $115,000 in. And it only happens if you guys are supporting the channel. And the last, 2 or 3 days, it's just sort of slogging along. And so if you guys could please help support the channel tonight, I'd appreciate it. I don't know how to do shows any better than I do them, you know. I do the same thing I've been doing for a long time. I just hate having to ask. I wish you guys would be like the old days when it was just people supporting the channel. That's it, you know. So could you please help support the channel tonight? Thank you. All right, so I don't know where this guy is. Obviously he's in Mexico. He could be anywhere. Well, cool, bedazzling. Hopefully people heard what I just said. Usually when I say something, we sit there for another hour with zero support, and then it makes me go like, wow, I guess nobody heard, or it's frustrating. Maybe I am autistic, you guys. I mean, I'll just say what I think, I don't really give a shit. I tell you how I feel, and whether or not you think it's okay that I feel that way, I don't care. That's how I feel, It's very frustrating for me. I didn't do anything wrong or differently, and it's just day after day. And you guys hear me say it, and it's just, yeah. Thanks, horse teeth, cow teeth. Yeah, well, I don't have a filter, and I don't really want to have one. I'm just telling you guys that if you guys want, if we want to keep doing all the stuff we've been doing over the years, then I need the support from the people watching. Any amount helps. If you're like a Snickers bar, whatever the hell it is, that's it. But when we sit here and it's just dead for an hour, it's undoable. You can't just, I could be doing something else. Maybe one of these nights I go fishing. It's like I never have days off. Like today I got up really early to go fishing. Then I had surgery on my hand, and here I am. Okay, because I do my shows. Let's see. So I wanted to listen to the Brian Enton show today because he talked about the FBI was back out there at Guthrie's house or in the area. I want to just hear what the hell that was because I didn't see it reported anywhere other than...
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my Nancy's house. And if you look at Google Earth here, you can see what I'm talking about. There's almost like a couple of weeks, and they know who they are. A friend of mine, you guys have seen her on the show a bunch of times. We've really been diving into the Nancy Guthrie case since the very beginning, and I want to get her thoughts on a couple of these new elements. First of all, you guys know I've become friendly with a lot of Nancy's neighbors just because I spend so much time there, and they have confirmed to me that FBI teams have been back in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood in the last couple of weeks, and they know who they are because several of the neighbors, have done interviews with the FBI. The same agents have come to their house several times to talk to them, so they know kind of who they're looking for. They know who these people are. They know that it's the same agents who were out there initially. And what's interesting is I'm told that the FBI agents were in an area kind of behind Nancy's house, and if you look at Google Earth here, you can see what I'm talking about. There's almost like I don't want to call it an alley, but that's kind of the first word that comes to mind, but there's like a dirt sort of driveway, but it's like a public, it's kind of like an alley that goes in an area sort of in the vicinity of the land behind Nancy's house. And if you look at Google Earth,
let me see if I can see the house that he's talking about. Oh, it's way over there. So he's talking about right over there. Well, this is where I thought he parked, right there. And they're talking about right here. Hey, we got a challenge, finally! Hey, look at that. Haley's doing a challenge, you guys. It's a miracle. So what we need now, though, are 5 different people to donate $5 or one gifted membership, and then she'll donate 5 all by herself. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Here, you can see what I'm talking about. There's almost like I don't want to call it an alley, but that's kind of the first word that comes to mind. But there's a dirt sort of driveway,
that's interesting.
But it's like a public, it's kind of like an alley that goes in an area sort of in the vicinity of the land behind Nancy's house. And
right
one of the neighbors was telling me that she saw an FBI agent back in that area. I've been back behind Nancy's house, and at one point I got permission from one of the neighbors to go back there.
What the hell is this?
There's a lot of open land behind her house, and it's kind of hard to describe unless you see it. I'm going to put some of this video up from when I was walking around back there, but you can walk around back there. It's a little treacherous because there's a lot of cactuses and there's rocks, but you can walk in between them and kind of get around. And even some of the neighbors have said to me that when their kids were young, they would all run around back there and sneak around back there and get to each other's houses kind of through these back little pathways. It would be difficult at night. It's very, very dark. But it is interesting that it seems the FBI is once again looking and interested in that area behind Nancy's house. One of the reasons I'm told could be because of the monsoons. There's been a lot of rain there. there this time of year. There's like little waterways that form this time of year that are not there.
But what would that matter?
At other times when it's not the
Why would they
rainy
look
season.
for that?
And so evidence could have been moved around, that kind of thing. I'm told that's
No
one of the
way.
reasons
No
they may have
way.
been looking back
No
there.
way.
There's also the possibility that they think whoever did this may have left through the back. We know those back doors were propped open from what we've been told. So before I get to my conversation
What
with...
do you mean may have left through the back? I mean, you already know that that's not how it went down. They took Nancy down the pathway in the front of the home to a vehicle and then left. Okay? They didn't like have Nancy walking around for miles. All right, guys, we need 3 more. So this is what's so difficult. It's like the slowness these days. So we need 3 more gifted memberships up there, or a $5 super chat to reach Haley's generous challenge. What is he talking about? The doors were propped open, so they went that direction. I think that maybe, it's possible that maybe they kind of came through this area. One of them did, to get to that spot. I mean, I don't know. They have a reason they're looking there. It's trying to figure out what the reason is, I guess.
Maureen, I want to play for you guys when I was back behind Nancy's house, and this was over a month ago.
Thank you, Tracy Von Broad.
And again, I got permission from one of the neighbors to be
The
there.
Superman
just so
curl
it was on
lady.
his land. But I was able to get a really good look at the back of the house, which I think is interesting to talk about and show you guys again because of the FBI agents being back there.
Did you get my floor plan there, Wild Bill, that I sent over to you? Oh, you guys, I actually, after the show was over, Winger, as you guys like to call her, sent me a audio, or like some words to a song about herself. And it was so perfect. It was unbelievable. It was just absolutely perfect. I put it to country music, so I thought that would be better. Yeah, it's a really short song. You guys want to hear it real quick, just because there's Chicken Wing? Let's see if we can get to one more. We need one more, you guys. We'll play Chicken Wing song after we get one more $5 super chat. That's the challenge to you from me. We need one more. Yeah, I think I knew that door was there because of... well, actually, I think it was in another floor plan. I don't remember. I think it was from this video, though. All right, there you go, Alley Cake. All right, so here we go. This is her... Listen to this. It's so perfect. It's like incredible.
There's a little chicken walking down the street. Feathers are fluffy and tiny little feet. Got a heart so soft, yeah, they feel everything. Say one mean word and they're ready to sing. Why'd you say that? Was it something I did? 5 minutes later, they forgot what they said. Started talking about feelings, then jumped to the weather.
Jump to the weather.
That's our little chicken, the chicken tender.
All over the place.
Sensitive soul, but they're sweet as can be. Got a million little thoughts running wild and free. Ask them one question, better settle it.
you, Haley.
Still gonna
And
begin.
6 kids.
Chicken tender heart. Talk so much they forget the start. Never stays on topic.
Never stays on
Follows
topic.
the thread. Starts with a chicken and ends with a bear. Wait, what were we talking about again?
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, what were we talking
They're the
about?
best friends. Sweet little chicken, everybody knows.
That was cool because she wrote in, oh, wait, what were we talking about? I put in her exact lyrics and then I said, hey, do country music, female, kind of basic. Boom. It just nailed it right out of it. It was cool. All right. Anyways, let's keep listening. And by the way, thank you, Haley, Alley Cake, 6 Kids UK, Chicken Wing, Tracy Von Brott, Wild Bill Wasson, and Chicken Wing for the challenge there. Yeah, she actually wrote that and sent it to me. That's pretty funny. Yeah.
Hey guys, thanks so much.
Yeah,
And
so
then
remember he was in
Savannah
the
interview,
back.
She said that
You can go watch that on his channel.
that doors, plural, were propped open, but I'm told that that screen right there
She did say doors, but yeah, I think it's the door on the side that was propped open.
was propped open. So this is the outdoor area here.
And it
in
could have been the
back.
screen and the door that she was talking about.
Again, it's really just a beautiful house. I keep thinking about the fact that she lived here since the 1970s and all the memories that Savannah must have in the backyard. And then there's another, this is the casita over here. And there's obviously, you can't really see it through quite a bit, the side of the house here. So that's what the back of, I don't know what the right word, it's not an, I was just talking yesterday to one of the neighbors who lives nearby.
You know, it's weird when sometimes you watch something and then they start saying, "Oh yeah, now what about?" But then it's totally against what are the known. Does anybody not think Does anybody think that Nancy was taken out the front door and then not driven away from there? I mean, what is she gonna do? You take her out the front and then you go around the back to another place. Why wouldn't you have taken her out the back? She went out the front, so she was in the, she's in the house and then taken down that little path to a car.
And I've seen some other reporting about this, that FBI agents were back out there again, and she knew for sure that it was FBI because she actually recognized one of the guys who came to her door to talk to her within the last couple of weeks. And she said they were specifically looking around. There's a kind of like, not, I don't know what the right word, it's not an alley, but there's a kind of like a dirt road that goes back in an area behind Nancy's house in between two houses.
I already played it.
And that she saw them specifically on that road. What should we make of that?
Well, it sounds like they're going over everything again with a fresh set of eyes, which is really important. It's good to do. It's going to be helpful.
It's weird. I mean, what do you think would make them look right down here at this? There has to be something that puts them there. Like some sort of a surveillance hit of some kind that shows something. I mean, it just seems so random. Like, oh yeah, now go check that. You know, they always have a really good reason to be looking at something. They don't just randomly do that.
They have something in mind where they're trying to check out or verify whether or not what the reporting party said could have happened.
Yeah, maybe a second one. Sure.
Back there. And it's also really good to familiarize yourself completely with the area that surrounds a crime scene like this, because when you're going over stuff and you're reading older reports or reports that were completed in the past, if you have a really solid understanding of what the topography looks like, what the area is like, how high the pony walls are, or is it a 6-foot wall, so that if someone tells you or someone has said in a statement that, oh yeah, we walked over there, stepped over the back wall and walked right in, you can stand back there as you did yourself on your podcast, I remember. And I think you even said, this wall is not as high as I thought it was. But you also came up with all kinds of good information, Brian. Like, this is not an area where you could just walk someone through in the pitch dark. It's you're going to trip, you're going to cut yourself, you're going to get caught on cacti.
God, it almost makes you think that they have somebody in mind here, and they're trying to find evidence that person, and this would be right up the alley of what we've always said, that the person lives close. They're not far away. And I'll tell you, one of the things that it was always interesting to me was when they kept flying the helicopter with the Bluetooth sniffer on it, and they were flying it back in the neighborhood again. I mean, what the hell's going on there? I mean, why are they back in the neighborhood with the Bluetooth sniffer if you think she's been abducted? And see, my thing is they've looked at surveillance footage, and on the known cameras at work, there's lack of, they don't see the vehicle in certain spots. And so they must be like, man, could they even live here? However, like Annie's route that she shared. Now, here's the thing. Annie's route, we have Annie's route. It's right, it's this red line right here. That's the route that she put out there. It actually matches sort of what we were doing, guessing at a route, because some of the roads are just too convoluted, and this one made sense. And this little blue pin is a pin that I already had prior, and look at that, comes out right there, Annie's route. And then goes up here, and you're missing, there's no cameras anywhere, except does law enforcement know that some of these cameras do work on these homes that would have filmed the road? And if so, they'd say, hey, there was no car there. So they didn't go this way, and they didn't go there, and they didn't show up on this camera. So they may have been able to sort of isolate where, like, they see the lights of the car leaving the house area on one of the cameras. And then they keep tracking just sort of lights, and then there's a certain point where, okay, the car turned there. Now it should have shown up over here, but it's not there. So I'm just wondering if they have something like that.
It's not like a walk in the park, so to speak.
And also the monsoons. Yeah,
we got to 33% on that challenge there.
Was back in Tucson like a week ago, and there were like thunderstorms. Was it different than when I had been there last time? They have like thunderstorms in the summer and really, really heavy rains. When you're looking for evidence, I mean, could that impact things? Could that be a reason that they're going back out there?
Yeah, because water flows, down.
Yeah. See, it's like, what's she going to say? No. I mean, she's a guest. I would have said no.
Hill or in a relatively typical or in a way that you can anticipate, and there's often a choke point or an area where all that water will pool. It's a good place to go and look for evidence, especially if they're looking for clothing, if they knew what she was wearing or anything like that. So if it was a pink nightgown and they find a pink piece of cloth.
Okay, but you see how this is like almost kind of ludicrous? Like, okay, so they disrobe Nancy right here, and then her clothing is going to be right there behind the house. Does that make any sense to anybody? I mean, it's just, I don't know.
It's worth looking into. It will also take a very vast area, and the water will cause whatever is on top to wash in one direction. That's basically what I was trying
Yeah,
to
I've only pointed it out 16 times, Chris.
say earlier. But so it is a good place. By
right
a choke
here.
point, I mean it's an area where things come together. You can have a choke point when it comes to traffic. Like, for example, going in and out of Nancy's house, there's really only two choke points that, if you were to sit on surveillance or you'd be looking at those cameras, you'd be looking at these two different areas, that type of thing. So the evidence could be rolling in one direction, and that could be very beneficial to the team.
I thought of you the other day when that Wall Street Journal story came out, that deep dive into the investigation. And a lot of it, I would say like 80% of it was stuff that you and I had talked about, that we heard about and figured out kind of early on, and they were just kind of going back through it all again. But there were a couple new things that stood out to me that I didn't know. And one, the thing that made me think of you, because we talked so much about the blood that was found in the front, is the Wall Street Journal reported that initially the deputies who responded thought that it was old blood, like thought that Nancy had a nosebleed, and that it was like...
Why the hell would they think that? I have a hard time even believing that's a true story. You know what? They might be saying that to cover their ass, as to give a reason. I cannot believe investigators would go to a crime scene and see blood all over a porch, droplets, and go, "Oh, that's old." There's no way in hell. What they're probably saying is, like, because they have no excuse for maybe how they left it, so they're like, "Oh yeah, we just thought it," they're coming up with something. That doesn't make any sense. It's Brian Enton, and I don't know what her name is.
Dried blood, and that it had nothing to do with her disappearance, that it was like from another event, an innocent event. I don't know why that really stuck with me, because it was so much blood. Like, I guess I'm just trying to get into the mind of an investigator. If you showed up out there, wouldn't you have thought that it was like something that may have happened?
I haven't watched this yet, so I'm just kind of responding as I go. It's kind of boring if you watch it twice.
To do with her being gone?
Well, when you consider that they haven't had any kidnappings or murders in a very, very, very long time, and I think whatever that number was, over 90% of calls like this end up being
Chris.
Someone that just walked off, especially when she's an elderly person. But once the other stuff started coming together, so I could see initially that,
and it looks like this,
they would be like, this could be something else, because with all that cacti around her, she could easily get cut. She was on blood thinners. You can bleed like you can't believe when you're in that type of situation. However, when you start adding together the other things that were unfolding in real time, like the information from the family, if in fact the family told her, I mean, we heard Savannah say that her mom could barely make it to the down to the mailbox, but are we sure that Tommaso and Annie said that to the police? If they said that to the police, and that's in their written statements, and that's something that will hopefully eventually come out, then yeah, now it's starting to build. Then you get to the back door, and then you see the two potted plants and the doors propped open. Now it's to every ratchet this up one notch, one notch, one notch. Then her car's there. Then you see that her Apple Watch is at the end of the bed, and her bed isn't made. Does she often leave the house without making her bed? The answer is no. So you see these things just start to build and build and build. And it should have happened in relatively quick succession, that they said, you know what, something's going on here. At that point, they should have put up the yellow tape in a very large area. If they thought, as soon as they thought there was foul play, they should have locked it down.
So now they're coming up with an excuse.
We're also hearing now that there's some new people coming into the investigation, new detectives being cycled in, a fresh set of eyes. You and I were texting about that the other day. Is that important? I mean, when you're working on an investigation, and from what I've been told, unfortunately, they've made progress because they're going through the tips, but I don't think they're right now any closer to a specific person or anything like that. Can that be helpful when you get just someone brand new that comes in with a fresh set of eyes, or can that be frustrating if you're already working on the case because it's someone who doesn't know anything?
Both, but the fact of the matter is, like, even in the FBI, probably especially in the FBI, because we rotate around a lot. So you end up, when a person rotates off your squad, they divvy up those cases amongst the other investigators on that squad. So you'll end up with an old case. You always have at least one old, what we would call like an old dog, where this case, and it wouldn't be something like this. I think something like this is unique in that your whole office potentially could be focused on this and could be trying to help with this. So could it be frustrating? Yes. Is it good to have a new set of eyes? Yes, because new people have new skill sets. You might be a guy that's really good at electronics. You might be someone that's unbelievable at, like, if you work narcotics and stuff, like some of these detectives have. These narcotics guys are scrappers. I worked narcotics for many, many years here in Los Angeles. They're some of the most resourceful detectives you can find, and they are dogged detectives. So if you get a guy like that who's got street smarts, street savvy, he's a scrapper, he's a go-getter, he's a honey badger. I mean, and then you put him with someone that's just a technological genius, God only knows what you're going to come up with, but hopefully it's going to be something good. And as far as not knowing who the person is, they may very well have a really solid idea who the perpetrator or perpetrators are, but without...
Yeah, I mean, I sort of think that that's a possibility, and that's why they're walking right over here. Because they're sort of... It makes you think that the person... I mean, shit, wouldn't that be weird if they live inside this little area? I mean, I don't know. I don't think that would be... That doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't need to... I mean, I guess you'd still need to drive somebody. But why are you walking right over here? That's not a waterway. I mean, I guess water could come down and pool, and that's just, man, I don't know. That seems like just a total, if that's true, it's the biggest shot in the dark in the history of planet Earth.
Without enough evidence to actually put them away, you have to keep your mouth shut about it. You can't run your mouth. Those days are gone.
What do you mean by run your mouth?
I mean, as a law enforcement agency, you can't say so-and-so is a person of interest and we think that this is the case for the
Well, thanks for the effort there, Wild Bill.
following reasons. You're just going to get sued. Podcasters are going to get sued, so everyone is really, really cautious, even though there may be a pretty solid general consensus as to who it is. But then again, we've seen all these cases where, like that Chandra Levy case, they thought it was the congressman for a long, long time. And then they realized it was this other offender that was in the park doing very similar things to other women.
Do you think, like, the 6-month mark, it seemed like a lot kind of happened within a week. You had
it really did.
Yeah, it was so quiet for a while, and then you had the reporter who released the notes. Then you had Savannah put out 2 messages, the video message and then the written message. And then you had the sheriff put out his copy of the notes, the actual notes we saw, and then sort of the ideas for what people should look for. Do you, just with all your expertise, Maureen, do you feel like we're in a moment right now? Like, are they going to drum something up?
I do. I really do. And it's interesting because, as you know, Jim Fitzgerald, the retired FBI profiler and forensic linguistics expert, he has been saying from the beginning that these are the pre-incident indicators you may have seen. This is the post-incident behavior that you'd likely see in a situation like this. Jim Clemente was saying the exact same thing. They were in lockstep, those two. And those two have unbelievable experience in violent crime. So I felt, I was wondering why, and I even said this on your show.
I wonder what they think about the letters, Clemente and...
very early on. Why is the FBI not putting out a profile? They've done it for so many big cases, and it's been very, very helpful in the past. And lo and behold, when these notes came out on the 6-month anniversary, as you just mentioned,
They did
they came out with what appeared to be pretty much an identical set of marching orders that Fitz told us about a long time ago.
Yeah, see, if somebody seems a little bit too into the case, did they shave?
Where he said exactly what you should be looking for. Will this person change their appearance? Did they change their
Yeah, but that's classic. It's not like unique to this case. They say the same thing. They said the same thing in the Delphi case.
appearance shortly after Nancy disappeared? Did they leave town unexpectedly for a made-up emergency or something that couldn't be verified easily? Were they obsessed with the whole Nancy Guthrie story? But I would say there's a lot of your viewers are obsessed with this case, as I think you and I are, because it's just a real head scratcher.
Yeah, and you're right. And so much of what people are talking about now are things, I mean, not to give us a pat on the back, but are things we talked about so much like in the first couple of months. And you mentioned Fitz. I mean, he did give this specific, he really wanted to do that episode too, where he gave a specific list of what people could be looking out for, which is now essentially what the sheriff put out 6 months later. I thought the one was interesting, and I can't remember exactly the way it was worded, but it was like someone who's talking about the Nancy Guthrie investigation a lot, or specifically avoiding talking about it, which would be kind of true if you knew someone and like they didn't, and you were already kind of suspicious and they never wanted to talk about Nancy Guthrie. I guess that would be kind of a telltale sign.
Or you could see that guilty look on their face when you start talking about it and they just kind of turn away and I'll see you later.
Hey, thanks, Haley, as in Haley's Comet.
Or whatever. Why are they getting so nervous?
See,
Haley, but the thing I thought was really interesting
Day.
that Fitz said
Every day.
was, I believe it was either on your show or on one I was on with him, but he said that he does not believe that the BAU currently has a forensic linguist on board, which I was actually shocked by that statement. I didn't see it get much play, but did that interest you? Did you notice that?
I didn't hear that until you told me. But I mean, it seems kind of surprising. I mean, you were in the FBI for decades. Like, why wouldn't they? Wouldn't you expect that they would?
Because you could see, or I can imagine, a number of different cases where having a forensic linguist would just be a brilliant tool in your toolbox, and one that you might use in a number of different areas. So to hear that they may not
I
have,
think it's just kind of common sense when you read those notes. You know, I mean, we can go over them again a little bit again.
one on board.
It's just, I don't know.
I found that very interesting, and he's mentored a lot of those
Common sense often wins the day.
people that are there now, as has Jim Clementi.
Yeah, and we had Fitz's wife on, Natalie.
Natalie, I love her.
Yeah,
She
was
is
great. It was so interesting,
she's
the things
wonderful.
she found in the notes, like the sentence structure and the commas, things that I would have never known. And she really believes that they're written by the same person, based on when she does that deep dive into the grammar. And when she showed me where the commas were, they were in similar places in both notes.
Right. Well, you know, both notes were written by the same person. They know that. But the thing is for me, it's just somebody writing that isn't an English professor. I mean, it's strange how they're all like, oh my God, okay, the commas, and ooh, they left the one. People just do that, you know. If you're not a freaking English professor, you know, you don't know where a semicolon goes generally, or, you know, we just don't use those anymore. Everybody just types shorthand and we're moving forward. This isn't, you know, it's not like 1875 where everybody writes like Robert Frost, you know. It's like, I mean, it's just, I think it's reaching to sit there and try to pretend that you're somehow, ooh, now look at this person is like this and this. It's just, that's how people type. You know, there might be 80,000 people in Arizona that might have typed the same damn thing. You know, it just doesn't mean anything to me. That the way they typed it, what they're saying matters. You know,
I agree with you, and I didn't agree with them initially that it was the same author because the tenor and tone were so different. and one's
Right, because look at the first one was written the way it was written because they went through all this prep work. They abducted Nancy Guthrie, and they were going to try to get their money, and they were really literally going to turn her in for Bitcoin, and Nancy died, and they weren't able to prove it, so they did a Hail Mary where they had to sound very stern. They had to sound like they really mean it, and they even said, "Oh, we told her too that she's going to die," and that would freak them out. And then it also mentioned a couple of things that they noticed: the watch on the ground and the smashed lights, hoping that would be enough for sort of a payment of some sort. And it wasn't. And then they watched the other notes or messages, from Savannah, and then I think one of them felt bad. I believe it or not, that's exactly what I think. I think one of them literally felt like, we really didn't mean to kill her. And I actually don't think they meant to kill her. Does anybody really think, unless you believe it's like a hired hit to look like a ransom. If it really was a ransom attempt, does anybody in here really think that they went there to kill her? And the answer has to be no, because now you have no leverage to get your money. All right? That's the truth.
seemed like cool, whereas the second one was like soft and conciliatory and trying to soothe someone. So I didn't think that it was the same person, but
Nah, I don't agree, Lee.
they had a very compelling argument.
In fact, in the same message, they spelled received twice, two different ways. So is that a consistent error? Or do some people just you're typing quick, and one time you have an I before the E and E before the I.
It was, and I agree with you. It really did make me think, and it really brought a lot of things to light that I had not considered before.
I think if you have a huge sample of writing from somebody, you might be able to do that. This is not that. 2 letters. Wow, that's the largest super chat of the night there by Timothy Cecil. Can you believe it? Thank you. It was a hired hit by Mexican Tony and Carl. Oh, there you go. Jim Lawn's buddies. So, Jim, you ever going to do your the jokes situation? We got to try to get the... Man, we're just like...
Dives into the grammar. And
Oops, that was that one.
For that. But she's brilliant, and she's one of those people who I think Fitz is too, where just when you're talking to him, you can almost hear those wheels clicking in their brain. She's so smart. She's lovely.
With Savannah last week putting out, and the week before, the video and the message on the actual 6-month mark, do you think that will do something? Like, could that make the person feel bad and maybe send another note or open up a line of communication?
Well, I'm going to go back to another line that Fitz said I had not considered before that. But she's brilliant, and she's one of those people who I think Fitz is too, where just when you're talking to him, you can almost hear those wheels clicking in their brain. She's so smart. She's lovely.
With Savannah last week putting out, and the week before, the video and
So the video that Savannah just put out was the FBI said for her to appeal to the humanity side that occurred in the second note. Whoever, the person who wrote that, who is also the same person who wrote the first one, had a side where they tried to do the right thing, as Savannah said. Excuse me. And so that she was trying to appeal to that person. So again, the FBI believes that the ransom notes are real. I don't give a shit what all these other people try to tell you. They believe they're real. That's why they sent Savannah out to appeal to that side of that person to see if they could find the body. Now, the FBI, they don't really care about trying to find the body for sort of the noble purposes. They're looking for the body to see if there's any forensic evidence at the scene to then link to the actual suspects. That's it.
The message on the actual 6-month mark. Do you think that will do something? Like, could that make the person feel bad and maybe send another note or open up a line of communication?
Well, I'm going to go back to another line that Fitz said, and that was, I believe, on your show,
That's okay, Jim.
where he said,
I thought you were punishing
basically that whole,
from
her
your
whole
email that
video
you
could
sent.
be distilled down to one short phrase, and that is "you won." It really was she was holding up a white flag. Savannah was, and she was saying, all right, we're done here. You got what you wanted. You got me basically just crushed and broken. So, the main thing
Hello,
about
Liam.
the other thing that really struck me was that opening line where she said, we've done our part. And I was like,
Yeah, what do you guys think that means? Yeah, that was something that was sort of like, wow, what does that mean? I thought maybe it just meant like, we've been present, we're here, we've offered, but could there actually have been money deposited that we're not aware of, but people have seen? They know what the account number is. I know that, TMZ knows what the account is, and nothing's ever been deposited other than that original, what was it, $140 or whatever the hell it was, some small amount.
the only thing that makes sense to me is that there was some deal that happened that we didn't know about where the family did in fact pay, maybe to find out where Nancy's
Yeah, well, see, but I think that's sort of debunked because there's no way TMZ would hold off on mentioning that.
remains are, and they got the money and now they've gone quiet.
Yeah, that line stood out to me.
But hey, guys, if you're out there, if you could help support the channel, that would be awesome. We are currently at like 40% right now, so if you have the ability to, that would be great.
The most too. One interesting thing you do now, Maureen, is like you advise, now that you're retired from the FBI, you advise people
No, you
who
think
are
they did,
in
Chris, but I
situations
just
where
explained to
working
you
with law enforcement and
how
that kind of thing, and high profile people.
how there's two sets of people who have the crypto account. Now, maybe they provided another one on a secret side email. I don't know.
Is there anything you think Savannah should be doing like I've just wondered at some point, I mean, she's been very thankful to law enforcement.
Hello, Liam.
Even though there's clearly been some mistakes made. I mean, does she need to apply pressure on them in a different way, do you think, at some point? Or what would you recommend?
Well, I would say she's probably got a really good
Chris,
team working
they
with her.
have the same numbers.
I would say that she has been
They check. They've looked the whole time. So unless they had another message that they sent with a different crypto account, they've got both of them. Well, they got the first one. They didn't get the second message. Now, maybe the second one, well, see, but then that news channel got that one, KOLD, right? They got it.
taking the advice of law enforcement. And,
And
the reason
you don't think Brittany would be talking now that she's working for somebody else would make that a huge story over there if that happened?
I hesitate to chime in on this is because I don't know what they know. And so without having all the information, like when you're in the inside and someone, a client is experiencing something very significant in their life and things are really, the wheels are really falling off the bus and quickly, having all that information is the only way you can have a really good path forward. It's kind of like, your defense attorney or an attorney in any manner saying, you need to tell me everything so that I know what I'm dealing with and I can plan and plot our path forward. So without having the information that they have and the knowledge that they have, I'm going to hesitate to and pause before I say anything. But I will say it did sound like she was talking to someone. That message was so specific and it was written in such a way that it seemed like they knew who they were talking to. They knew who Savannah was talking to, in
What
that
happened?
message.
Yeah. How much do you think
How come you? Why did you hide her? I think you accidentally got hidden there, Chris.
the FBI is telling her? Like with investigations that you worked on at the 6-month mark, do you think they're filling her in on what they know, or is there a lot they would be keeping from her?
Well, Steve Moore and I were talking about this at the very beginning. We were saying if this were your case, how much would you tell Savannah or and I was saying that I probably wouldn't tell Savannah or Annie much because it's such an emotional thing, and when things are emotional, you tend to just bleed out the emotions, pardon the pun, but you just they just ooze out of you, and you know. Now I might tell Cameron more than I would tell anyone else, but because he just seems far more controlled and far less governed by strong emotion. And that's not because he's male versus female. It's because of his training as a fighter pilot and just his the way he seems to be. You know, he's far less emotive when it comes to his feelings, apparently. So it would depend on how that person reacts, or if they're really tough and really strong. You know, like a real strong alpha person. And
I'm gonna rewind it a little bit.
then I hesitate to chime in on this is because I don't know what they know. And so without having all the information, like when you're in the inside and someone, a client is experiencing something very significant in their life and things are really, the wheels are really falling off the bus and quickly, having all that information is the only way you can have a really good path forward. It's kind of like, your defense attorney or an attorney in any manner saying, you need to tell me everything so that I know what I'm dealing with and I can plan and plot our path forward. So without having the information that they have and the knowledge that they have, I'm going to hesitate to and pause before I say anything. But I will say it did sound like she was talking to someone.
Of
That
course.
message was so specific.
How do you not know who she was talking to? She was talking to precisely the person who wrote the second note, which is the same person as the first one. That's obvious, okay? I'm just saying it's obvious right there. It's one of the most obvious things in the world. You tried to do the right thing. Right, that's in the letter. Remember the second apology, the second note that's an apology. They tried to do the right thing. They buried her in nature. They didn't mean to kill her. It's not your fault, Savannah. And then she's replying saying, hey, you guys tried to do the right thing once, but you can still redeem yourself. Just let us know where she is. It's so obvious. I don't know what the hesitation is. It's crystal clear.
It was written in such a way that it seemed like they knew who they were talking to.
Right,
they
yeah.
knew who Savannah was
Right, it's the
talking
second
to
note writer.
in that message.
Yeah. How much do you think the FBI is telling her? Like,
See, why doesn't Brian right there say, hey, I think it was written to the person who wrote the second note? It seemed like he would just throw that in there.
with investigations that you worked on at the 6-month mark, do you think they're filling her in on what they know, or is there a lot they would be keeping from her?
Well, Steve Moore and I were talking about this at the very beginning. We were saying if this were your case, how much would you tell Savannah or and I was saying that I probably wouldn't tell Savannah or Annie much because it's such an emotional thing, and when things are emotional, you tend to just bleed out the emotions, pardon the pun, but you just they just ooze out of you, and you know. Now I might tell Cameron more than I would tell anyone else, but because he just seems far more controlled and far less governed by strong emotion. And that's not because he's male versus female. It's because of his training as a fighter pilot and just his the way he seems to be. He's far less emotive when it comes to his feelings, apparently. So it would depend on how that person reacts, or if they're really tough and really strong, like a real strong alpha person, and you could just say, I'm going to tell you something, and it's not going to be pretty, and you're not going to like it, but I want you to trust the team, and we're going to do what we can to handle this. Are you good with that, or do you think, but all in all, you're going to keep quite a bit close to the vest. It's imperative for the integrity of the investigation to keep it close, because you just don't know what a family member is going to say, because the emotions are just so high. It's just so tragic.
Is it hard to do that? Like when you got a family that is so desperate for information?
Yes and no. I mean, sometimes it would be, sometimes it wouldn't be. Like if when people are broken and they're crying and everything, you want to do whatever you can to help them, but sometimes you just have to understand that the best way to help them is to not tell them everything, to keep the integrity of the investigation. We have to remind ourselves that the person we're working for are the victims, the victims of these crimes, and so that's where our training kicks in.
Hey, look at that. It's Chris O'Connell shows up. Hey, thank you.
I was thinking back to the fact that she was in Tucson with her mom doing the Today Show segment. Not
Welcome to the new freaks out there.
Not that long before.
I mean, I've seen Liam in here before. I'm just saying it's kind of weird to say the same thing 3 times in a row. You know what I mean? Like, just
happened. Could it just be a coincidence? Or, I mean, it feels like that's like a data point in all of this. Like, what are the chances that right after that airs?
Yeah, but she shouldn't have to save the day, you guys. All the rest of the freaks out here, if you could just help support the channel, we could easily do this. Like if 100 people sent in $2, we'd be like right there, 66%. It's just people for whatever reason just kind of, well, YouTube's free. Yeah, I know it's free. That's exactly right. So how do you expect some of us who do this every single day to survive unless people are supporting the channel and there's no ad revenue to speak of on these shows? And all of you guys go, hey, sign up for YouTube Premium, then you don't get any ads. Okay, so if everybody on YouTube was YouTube Premium, how the hell would we survive over here? You know what I mean? It's incredible. So if you guys could please help support the channel, that'd be great. We're not even at 50% yet, even with that. Thank you.
Nancy goes missing.
I agree with you. It is definitely a data point. It's definitely something to put up on the timeline. The thing about timelines is, and not the little chicken one we have right now, I'm talking about a serious investigative timeline where you've got all the data points on there. Once you really put together your timeline, you're able to see things that you didn't necessarily see before that. So
hello, Chris O'Connell. That
is most certainly a very important data point. Now, then that begs the question, do you think Savannah could have upset someone to the point where they're all of a sudden going to cook up this crime to break into her mother's house dressed like some bandito in the middle of the night, scare the life out of her, cause her to bleed, pull her out of her bed, kidnap her, and make her disappear? I don't know. I mean, I could see, I don't care how rude someone has been to me, and I've had people be very, very rude in all different scenarios, including like working on a set, and that's where my mind is going right now. I don't care what they say about me. I don't care what they think about me, so I'm not going to get riled up. I might say some disparaging remarks about them, but I'm certainly not going to cook up some plot to kill some 84-year-old woman. That's.
I think this is just a pure kidnapping for ransom. That's what they were doing. And I think it's a younger couple, whether it's 2 guys or a girl and a guy, I don't know. And I think that they're not like evil in the sense of like some of these killers are. They're just evil people. These people were doing it just to get the money and really didn't want anything bad to happen to Nancy, and then she dies, and then it's like, holy shit, and they try to get the money, and then after watching Savannah and her brother and everybody do the one where they're saying, we understand now, or not that one. After that, they were like trying to get proof of life, and then the brother did one. And then I think it was on the second, it was the first one, and the sixth is the second one. The sixth was, hey, we're out now, but we just want to let you know we buried her in nature. There's nothing you could have done that would have changed anything. And, we're truly sorry. We think she died something related to her heart. And that's it. There's no reason, and for any reason at all, to do that second note. And that should be a huge reason. And I bet you that's why the FBI is saying, okay, that's really significant. So we need to talk to that mentality again if there's any hope of finding your mother's body. So we need you to do another one of these, and let's see if we can get through to them and hear from them again.
That's way outside of, that's not only off the reservation, it's off the continuum practically. That is just such a rare occurrence.
I just mean, though, it put her living in
there's
Tucson
horse teeth, cow teeth
on the radar.
It did.
To people who maybe didn't even, I didn't know that Nancy Guthrie lived in.
Here's what I was just talking about a minute ago. If I had the viewers that somebody like Brian Etten has, I wouldn't need any ad revenue or anything. I would just do ad revenue. I wouldn't care about super chats. I wouldn't care about anything. YouTube pushes forward the legacy media people who came out and they're just sucking the oxygen out of the room for everybody else. They have good information too, because they actually have producers and shit that they have from their, it's crazy. They set them up with their interviews and all that stuff. So it's just
Tucson.
We don't get that. I do go to crime scenes sometimes, but I just can't do it all the time. Hey, thanks, Chris O'Connell. Yeah, I think it is interesting.
I didn't even know she was from there until after her mother disappeared.
Yeah.
I really didn't.
I wonder if whoever did this learned about her being there from the segment.
Which would lean toward this person having this deep grudge against her long before this episode aired. And perhaps this person had tried to reach out for her, tried to reach out to Savannah a number of times, tried to breach her security boundaries, her concentric circles of security, was unable to at every turn, and then finally saw this and thought, that's how I can get to her.
Yeah, which is something Fitz has also brought up, that he hopes and assumes that the FBI is going back through Savannah's emails and the phone calls that come into the Today Show, that there could be some kind of clue there.
Yeah.
Which would make sense.
But then the problem I have with that is the lack of a vehicle at the crime scene. That police were not able to tie a vehicle to this crime. They couldn't find one. Wasn't on the cameras. Wasn't on any of the cameras going by or at the choke points or on the intersections or at the Circle K. That to me narrows, it just draws me right back in close to the to her neighborhood.
And just last question I have, with the crime scene issues and the issues that you and I talked about in the beginning, and it seems like everybody I talked to from the FBI, especially from LA, is like, oh, Maureen was she was the best at the crime scene stuff. Like everybody says that was your thing, Steve Kramer was telling me that.
I love the crime scene stuff, but we had a really good team.
Yeah.
I was part of a team and I was very lucky to be part of that team.
Do you think us being in this place now more than 6 months later, where things feel like they're at a bit of a standstill, goes back to mistakes made with the crime scene and the way that it was processed before the FBI? Because, you've heard Kash Patel bring up that they didn't come in for days. Do these issues now all go back to the way it was processed initially?
Possibly.
I don't know. I think this person went, despite all the problems and the crazy stuff that the law enforcement did, I think the scene was clear enough of people, even though, they didn't keep the yellow tape up there. I think that the guy was wearing a balaclava. He was wearing gloves. He didn't leave any. I think that's just the whole problem. The stuff that he touched wearing his gloves. Now, people are talking about, oh, he's got that flashlight, maybe some saliva dripped out. Well, if that was true, they'd have him arrested by now. So that didn't happen. And, well, how do you know, Gray? Maybe they didn't collect it. See, that's... Well, okay, well, now we're down this weird place. It seems like they really, went in there and they got as much as they could. We can all say, I mean, what if the FBI took over from the beginning and was in the exact same place? What if they were? So would you then go, oh, the FBI, they suck? No, you'd probably go, shit, man. This guy really covered his tracks. And so that's kind of how I look at it. I mean, obviously, it was kind of over the head of the sheriff, etc. But they got investigators in there, and they collected stuff, and the guy just left nothing, and there's no surveillance. You see, there's nothing out there.
I mean, the crime scene. If it was an
Hey, Jim, do you think that's a country song that you sent? I did one country music. We'll see what that one sounds like.
FBI case initially, and we saw that she was likely removed from the front of that house, but intended to go out the back of the house, those pots would have been gone, that door handles would have probably been gone, that mat would have 100% been gone. Our crime scene yellow tape would have been, the street would have been blocked off because we would be looking for tire impressions and shoe impressions, even though the original deputies pulled up because they thought it was a walkaway. As I said, over 90% of these cases are, well over 90, I would guess. And you can still work if you had one or two cars up there. You could still at this point say, whoa, let's hold the phone. Tell our guys, get traffic control, our traffic guys out here, cut off this street, put up the crime scene tape. They all have crime scene tape rolls in their trunk. Everybody does. Most people do. And just lock that whole area down.
Right, but it's, we're crying over spilt milk now.
That circle drive in front should have not been accessible. There should not have been cars on that. There should not have been more cars. You could leave the ones that were there for now, until you do a thorough examination of the entire driveway all the way back to the casita.
What I think is weird is like how to put gloves on where you're not touching on the first glove that you put on. How do you, I guess you could, how do you get that one on, right? Without touching somewhere. I guess if you're grabbing, you can kind of grab the the entrance point, but I don't know. Not really sure how that, but then if you're not, and so that's just on that little entry point, like your wrist area. And so then I guess you're not really grabbing anything with your wrist. So the likelihood of transferring something off that little wrist area is really low.
You're looking for shoe impressions in the dirt or in the sand or the soil or whatever that substrate is that you have. You're looking very closely, and I mean very closely, with oblique lighting and everything else, trying to find any shoe impressions, tire impressions, any evidence that people were walking around, any crushed grass below any window on the entire circumference of the residence. You're looking for any broken glass, which I'm sure the initial deputies did, but this all has to be done by the crime scene team. And when they get there, when the crime scene team shows up, we generally get briefed by whoever the detective is or the lead person on scene, and they'll say, hey, you know what, on the north side of the building, we saw something that looks like someone had been standing in this area for a while. Go look and see if you find a cigarette butt, or not that many people smoke anymore, but I still see people smoking a lot. So that's my thought on that. So the crime scene should have been 15 times bigger than it was. And people should have been directed, and I told you this early on. When your scene looks like this scene, we've talked before about how hard it is to collapse a scene, and that's why you want it bigger
night,
initially. You
moofies.
can always make it smaller as you go on, as days go by. But the other thing you want to do is to create an access and egress pathway.
I guess what probably work really well if you put gloves on first, and then another set of gloves over the top of those gloves, and then at that point the second set of gloves would never have touched the, so like when you put the first set of gloves on, you just touch that little opening area, right? And then when you put the second set on, now you've got a clean hand putting the second set of gloves over and covering any touch DNA that was even on the wrist portion of the first set. So how about that? That would make sense.
That's opposite, or in an area where we're not looking for shoe impressions, we're not looking for tire impressions. So it would be like if you're standing out on the street like you did for so long, and you're looking at Nancy's house, and here's the driveway with the casita on the right, and here's the circle drive right in front of you. What I would have done as the team leader is we would have created a path on the left side of the property and walk almost up the property line into a place where we deemed was least likely to be part of the crime scene.
Yeah, and the FBI did do that, but it was just days and days later after it had been opened back up. I remember seeing them do that thing where they all walked in a straight line. It just wasn't right away, It was after people had been allowed to walk on the driveway and come back in. I really, really appreciate Maureen for taking the time to talk with me. She's such a great resource, and everybody knows her in the FBI, especially in the LA division, just because she was there for decades. And as I said, she was like known for.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So a lot of stuff I don't agree with what they're saying, and you go, well, who the hell are you? Well, I've been covering true crime myself for over, I don't know, 11 years, 12 years. I've seen so many cases, it's crazy. So I feel like I have a pretty good feel for things too, but at this point, I guess we don't really know, nobody knows anything of what happened to her other than there's these 2 ransom notes. I do think it's interesting that they're walking right here, like looking around in that area. I don't think that that's sort of a runoff. I guess it's a barrier wall, so if there's any if the water does run this way, but come on. That's just so shot in the dark at nothing. That just seems ludicrous almost. How does it get over there? I don't agree with that, the water thing. Because here's the house here, and then you're going to say there's water over here, and then we're going to look there. They know that somehow somebody walked by right there. Yeah. And when you look in the air, I've said this a million times, it looks like, there's houses everywhere. But when you're on the ground, you can't see them. And it's a nightmare for surveillance footage. And as I've also said 1,000 times, surveillance footage is just luck, always, for law enforcement. Unless it's a city camera or something. It's just pure luck. Because what happens is people, their homes are right near the road, and they're filming their own driveway, and then, by the way, a car drives by, and we can now see a criminal driving by. They didn't put the camera there to film the street. They put it there to film their driveway and to get a look at somebody's face if they robbed your house or something, or the side of your house. But this here, everybody, you can't look at this. You can't see a soul just spinning around. So that the cameras here, if they picked up anything, if they got lucky enough that some people didn't have motion cameras, but they had 24/7, then you might be able to get the light of a vehicle driving by right around the time it's supposed to drive by. Wow, thanks again there, Chris O'Connell. What do you guys think of that, what I just said? Anybody? Any thoughts at all? Or are we just doing the chicken wing, non-related conversations? Yeah, so this is like an area I mean, I've gone all around in here. There's very, very few homes that literally have a shot at filming the road. Almost none. And thank you so much there, Chris O'Connell. And everybody else who, all the people that are always supporting the channel, I really appreciate it. Thank you. I wish we had more people that had the same, like, wow, we do a lot of great stuff. I mean, $304,000 my channel's given out to true crime related charities, a DNA fund, and a scholarship fund in just 6.5 years. That's pretty crazy if you think about it. I have no idea what you're talking about, Chicken Wing. Let's see. I'm just going to say, man, I just got chicken winged. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing out here. Look at this. It's crazy, right? But then as soon as you go up in the air, it's like, oh yeah, there's houses everywhere. You see that? That's what I always tell people is like, this looks populated. And wow, they've got to have a camera. But no, they don't. They don't have a camera. There's, I do think that they have something. Like they did grab the camera off the side of this house right here. Now, does that camera, did it show that the car did not go this way? And then, so they're over here then? Because I always thought that a vehicle parked right there. Maybe they came in, drove around, picked her up, and then drove out, and then came this way. But then why are you checking this spot right here? Kind of makes you want to look up who lives at all these places here and see what's happening. Man, you put Chicken Wing and Jim Lawn together, there's almost no conversation about the case at all. I mean, it's just amazing. All right, let's see if we get the... There's a couple more... Oh, we just played that one. Let's see what this one is right here. I'm going to start... All right, renowned renowned criminal psychologist who helped convince O.J. Simpson to surrender reveals what he thinks happened to Nancy Guthrie. Well, let's see. A renowned criminal psychologist who helped convince O.J. Simpson to surrender to authorities said he believes Nancy Guthrie's disappearance was likely a burglary gone wrong. That. It's not likely a burglary gone wrong at all. They didn't take anything out of the house. Unfortunately, I think this case is a simple matter of a burglary gone wrong. Using no logic, reason, or common sense, I'm going to say that because I don't even know the case at all, so I thought I would just say it out loud. Then attempts to cover things up. Right, so it's a burglary gone wrong, and to cover it up, they start sending ransom notes, and then even an apology note. Boy, that makes sense. Yeah, criminal. Renowned criminal, man, that's hard to say that. Renowned criminal psychologist. I don't know. For some reason my mouth wasn't able to say it. Thank you, Wild Bill. I think we're only 12 memberships away from reaching the goal, you guys. That'd be pretty amazing. The expert said that the creepy doorbell camera footage that shows a masked man at the 84-year-old's front door on the night of the abduction suggests that the mother of today's show host Savannah Guthrie was the victim of burglary. No, it doesn't suggest that at all, actually. What it suggests is that the person was removing the camera because they knew that a vehicle was going to be showing up. Why would they need to hide themselves? They wouldn't need to do that. Hey, whoa, it's Chris O'Connell again. Man, thank you so much. I don't even know what I would do without you and some of the other freaks out there. I mean, it's just like, man. Let's see. Are you still out there, Tracy Von Brott? I think you. Sometimes if you have to like re-sign into Google or in YouTube, so Google and then get into YouTube. Right? Yeah. So we got to do those challenges. Then we get some other freaks sometimes help out. We got Juju Bean. There's one. Yeah, Chris O'Connell says maybe a few freaks can sprinkle some memberships on you. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? And by the way, for those who got here late, I went fishing today, and then after fishing, I went home, and then I had to go to OHSU up there to do some surgery on my trigger thumb, on my left thumb. So I guess they go in there, and there's like a sheath that goes around your tendon. And he goes in there and sort of makes it wider. And it just kind of, then it'll slide in and out better. So there it is right there. That's right here in this little, like right in there. He cut in there. And so I got to tell you, it's the weirdest feeling in the world though. Because this whole time I've just been going like this with my thumb. And it really just, I can't feel my thumb, so my brain takes over. Hey, I love you too. So my brain takes over, and all I feel is like I'm grabbing somebody else's thumb. So I'm feeling that, like, oh yeah, that's somebody's thumb, but it's mine. It's such a weird feeling. Yeah, it's going to have stitches. I got to get them out in 2 weeks, I guess. I guess I didn't really think through the amount of time. I got to keep this thing dry for 5 days too, so I'm putting a Ziploc bag with a rubber band over it to take showers. I already took one just before the show, just so I can don't have to worry about it later. And yeah, so there you go. Does anybody believe this one? Burglary gone wrong? There are so many things that don't work for that. It just doesn't make any sense. A burglary gone wrong. Why are you sending the second note? Let's see. The expert said that the creepy doorbell camera footage... Okay, you already read that. Mohandi said that it's appropriate for law enforcement to investigate any leads into finding out the fate of the matriarch's disappearance. However, he said it's still doubtful that the 2 ransom letters sent to the family, which were recently released by Pima County Sheriff's Office in full, are in any way related to those who took her. That's just such bullshit. You're saying it's doubtful, but the FBI is absolutely treating it as a ransom, kidnapping for ransom gone wrong, actually. That's how they're treating it. And in fact, they just had Savannah, right? I don't know if she wrote it, but give another, TikTok video or Instagram. Jesus. They got allergies. Yeah, this sucks. They just convinced her to do that, okay? All right, the rest of you freaks, we need 6 more. It's still doubtful that the 2 ransom letters sent to the family, which were recently released by the Pima County Sheriff's Office in full, are in any way related to those who took her. Couldn't disagree with you more. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. The famed forensic... See, this is what I'm saying, you guys. Like, everybody gives so much deference to these so-called experts, you know? And it's like, what the hell are they even talking about sometimes? How can this expert be right and others say something totally opposite and they're also experts? So it just kind of shows you that it's ambiguous. You know, it isn't something that, you know, they 100% know that this is a burglary gone wrong. Do any of you think it's a burglary gone wrong? And if so, how? How the hell is it like a burglary gone wrong? Nothing was taken from the house. The only thing that was taken was Nancy and the clothing she was wearing. And they took her, you know, they took her. So it's like, she is what was taken from the house. Why did they take her? Well, they took her for a ransom. How do we know that? Well, they sent a ransom note to the FBI. The FBI has taken those ransom notes so seriously that they've only investigated the case since the beginning as a kidnapping for ransom gone wrong. They've even had Savannah communicate back and forth, you know, not back and forth, but in the media to the kidnappers multiple times. One after the second note saying, we understand now, we just need her body back, we'll pay for it, and that's the only way we're going to get peace. Then they heard nothing. Then months later they said, listen, you need to try to do this again. Let's speak to their better side, the side of them that made them write that and try to help you feel better. We need to reach to that person. And we haven't heard back from them. I think that they knew that that was their last time that they were going to do anything. They just felt like they needed to say, hey, she's buried in nature now. You know, we didn't mean to do this. And they took responsibility for doing it, though. You know, they know that their behavior is what caused it. But they didn't intend to kill her. And I believe that. I actually believe that that's what they're saying here. Hey, thanks, Haley. As in Haley's Comet. Yep. I guess we still need 6 more. Because I just realized one of them was the low-end membership purchase. How about I'll donate 5 if you guys do 5? Well, there's Chris O'Connell. Okay, I'll still do it. If the rest of you randomly, if 5 of you give 5, I'll donate 5 myself. Okay? Thank you, Chris O'Connell. So I'll do my 5 for 5-er. Okay? So if 5 of you gift 1, then I'll donate, let's see. Well, you know how it works. Like if 5 of you do 1, I'll match and send 5 in. I've already used the freebie ones earlier in the month, so it's going to cost me the same as it does you. All right? Any chance at that? Let's see if we can do it. Yeah, she wasn't dead when she left the house. She coughed up blood, was moved down the path into a car. Okay, there's one from Chicken Wing. All right. Now we just need 4 more of those. And then we'll have given, if we do that, we'll have given out 50 channel memberships. That's pretty sweet. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Haley again. He also pointed out the inconsistent way the writer uses the pronoun we and I. Jesus, you guys. The people who think they're super sleuthy with the we and the I you're just lunatics, okay? Yes, we all see that. But to me, it's reasonable, absolutely reasonable for somebody to say, you know, we kidnapped her, but then later say, me, you know, referring to, you won't be able to contact me again because there's one person sending the emails. So in your brain, you just naturally say me. So to sit there and go, oh, it's a I. They said I. Ooh, they screwed up, man. They meant to say we again. That's garbage, you know. It's just natural speaking. All right, so we got 2, you guys. We need 3 more of those. Who's going to do them? Let's see. They seem to be details that inadvertently... They're talking about the... okay, let's just say this. The famed forensic psychologist who had described how he appealed to the former NFL star turned murderer Simpson's ego to surrender to cops on June 17, 1994. Pointed out issues in the first ransom note, saying that despite it referencing the crime scene, including Guthrie's Apple Watch and broken floodlight, it should be treated skeptically. I don't make much out of those 2 details. Well, that's because you don't know anything. I mean, who are you? I mean, the FBI, they know that the one particular detail about the watch on the foot of the bed, on the ground, near the foot of the bed, is a detail that was not out there, and that's why they believe these are real. And that wasn't out there. Had any of you ever heard that white watch was on the ground, on the floor at the foot of the bed? And the answer is no, because it was not out there. We all heard about the broken floodlight. They seem to be details that inadvertently could have gotten to somebody. Okay, yes, it's like, all right, yeah, all right. Mahadi also pointed out the inconsistent way the writer uses the pronouns we and I, the declaration of it as a ransom note, and the decision to send it to a news outlet. Yeah, well, they sent it to one news outlet, but it was addressed to Savannah. And the second one was to the Guthrie family. There are a lot of things wrong with that ransom note, and it raised a lot of questions for me of its veracity, he said. The psychologist also questioned the legitimacy of the second purported ransom note. Well, why would the first one be not legitimate, but the second one legitimate when they're written by the same person? You know, it's either one or the other. You don't get to pick. All right, guys, we still need 2 more. I wish you guys got excited about my challenges, but we just need 2 more. Yeah, I said that, Dan. I just told you that. I just said that. I've said that 1,000 times. That yes, the floodlight thing was mentioned. It could have been that they got it from them. However, the ransom note was put out on the 2nd, and I don't know exactly when the floodlight part was mentioned by anybody. Okay, so, but I can tell you that the watch was not mentioned in the media, for sure. But he said that it's his own personal hypothesis and that investigators may discover something different themselves. A good investigation keeps an open mind, he said. It really does. Okay. Well, it also a good investigation takes knowing the facts and incorporating them into your theories. Okay? That's really more important. Whew. Wow. Are you guys going to do my other two so I can get the challenge done? This is the part that I don't like doing, like the shepherding along. It seems like it should be really simple, all right? So you guys do 2 more, and I'll donate 5 channel memberships myself. An expert is weighing in with their belief about Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, noting that they feel the now publicized ransom notes that Savannah Guthrie and her siblings received were fakes. Nancy 81, well, you didn't need to do another one of those, Chris O'Connell. You've already been so generous. I was hoping some other people would feel the same way. Let's see. About an expert is weighing in with their belief about Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, noting that they feel the now publicized notes are fake. Okay. Well, there you go. Thanks, I was going to say Nancy. Thanks, Chris O'Connell. I was just reading Nancy's name up there. I don't know, man. So you keep saying these things are fakes, and then when you listen to their explanation of why they're fake, it doesn't make any sense. All right, hold on. Here we go. I know. Yeah, it's like I just feel like what I do in the shows, to just even try to make it, I have to sit and spend my time, you know, because people just aren't going to do it. So I even started the show. I go, hey, is there any chance you guys tonight, like, I don't have to say anything, and you guys we can just reach the goal, and then it just, I think we got like $25 and it just froze. Like there was, like, it just died until Haley did a challenge like 40 minutes later. I mean, it's just crazy, you know. It's like nobody even heard. It's just. Anyways, thank you. Right, it says an expert is weighing in with their belief about Nancy Guthrie's disappearance and that they're fake. Nancy 81, the mother of Today's Show co-host, was reported missing on February 1st after she failed to attend a church service. She was last seen the night before after being dropped back off at her home. Yeah, we know that. Now 6 months later, she's still missing. Okay, great. Now following those reveals, oh, that's that Mohandi guy again, and still no information in the case, forensic psychologist Dr. Chris Mohandi is weighing in, admitting she didn't feel they were real. She felt that it was the right call for the authorities to release them to the public, saying it could spur renewed public interest. Right, except did you see the FBI? See, these people absolutely just drive me nuts, you know. And everybody just thinks they're because they worked on OJ, they're smarter than shit now. And these people know everything. Wow, this guy is, you know. But how about this? Did you bring this one up? Did you see this one, Mohandi? The FBI and its task force partners have received several ransom notes over the course of the investigation. Some have been deemed to be extortion attempts without legitimacy, and they've made an arrest on those. Other ransom demands may potentially be legitimate, and it's not just may, they believe that they're legitimate. They just have to say that for CYA purposes, and are still being investigated as such. This case continues. See that word? This case continues to be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom case. The FBI has and will continue to offer all assistance possible in the investigation. However, local authorities remain the lead. Right, but you see that? This case continues to be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom case. So what that means is they've been investigating it as that since the beginning. And and I've asked this before and people answer it. What did they get that made them start investigating it as a kidnapping for ransom? Well, you have to have a ransom note that you determine to be credible. That's when you say, okay, we're going to investigate this as a kidnapping for ransom because we got a note. Okay, I'm sorry to use logic, reason, and common sense, but there you go. And they determined that the first two ransom notes were authentic and have been investigating the case, or they believe that they're authentic. And they've been investigating the case as a kidnapping for ransom since the beginning. And that should be what everybody's going by, but they don't because it's just not fun. It's not cool, everybody. We got to do shows and talk about all these other things and pretend, and it's crazy. So we just look at these again. This is how it goes. Hello, Savannah. We have your mother, Nancy. She's safe but scared. She will be held for ransom, and once payment is received, she will be released unharmed. We will be holding her for a maximum of 7 days. We will need to send Bitcoin in the amount of $4 million, or you will need to send Bitcoin in the amount of $4 million US dollars before 5 p.m. on Thursday the 5th. If payment is not received, the ransom will be increased to $6 million US dollars, which will need to be paid by 5 p.m. on Monday the 9th. Once payment is received to the Bitcoin address below, she will be released within 12 hours of deposit. Now, I think there's some self-serving stuff in here, the 12 hours, the return back to Tucson. They might be just trying to let people, make people believe they're not from the area. If payment is not received by the last deadline on Monday the 9th at 5 p.m., she'll be killed. Your mother's aware of this, so that was to put pressure on Savannah. Wow, my mom knows that she's going to die if we don't do something. We got to go hurry up and do something. And then the kidnapper's like, we got to put that in there to get something moving, but we can't prove that she's alive if they ask. Okay, so we got to put stuff in this first letter to let them know that we are the person. So you will not be able to contact me from here on out. Right, that's the person who wrote the email. There will be no negotiation. Do not play games. Law enforcement will not be able to help you. And then she said, they wrote at the very end, she had a white smartwatch on the floor of the foot of her bed, and the white floodlight in the backyard was destroyed. Now, it's sort of interesting that they said white floodlight. I don't know if any of us could see the color of it when we kept seeing at nighttime that there was this broken light, So anyways, the part about the smartwatch being white and on the floor at the foot of the bed was something that was not in the media. All right, so then we got that, and then I think it goes to this. It's this one. So that right after that letter came out on the 2nd, this came out on the 4th.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving.
Hey, but Dan Higgin, who cares if they seem unusual? What does that have anything to do with them being fake to you? Let me say something. Hey, Dan, are you better at this than the FBI is? Because they believe that they're real. That's why they're investigating the case as a kidnapping for ransom. If they didn't believe the ransom notes were real, it wouldn't be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom because they never would have received a ransom letter. Do you understand that? The logic is overwhelming there.
Woman of goodness and light. She's funny, spunky.
So this is the response to that first letter.
And clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend.
And watch, Dan will come back with some response that's absolutely not well thought out or anything like that. Okay, it literally is obvious based on what the FBI is doing.
She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
Now, I'm not saying it could turn out that miraculously that they're not real, but the FBI believes they're real right now, so that's where we should be. They're better at this than we are. And by the way, can you guys talk, please? I mean, Wild Bill typed that in 3 minutes ago, and not one of you have been commenting since then. So I don't want to just sit here staring at a blank screen. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Can you guys communicate and have ideas and thoughts in the chat, please?
Light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon.
Yeah. Where's that part where...
We need to know,
Right here.
without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her.
Right. So if you can prove to us, without a doubt, that she's alive and you have her, then we'll send you the ransom. Okay, that was on the 2nd, or the 4th is when this came out, but the note was the 2nd. Then the brother said something on the 5th, and then on the 6th, or this one came out, I can't remember what day that one was. I think that one was also kind of early on. It's this one right here. I think these came out in between, in those, like, that, in that 3-day period, I guess. And then right here, so then we got the second ransom note that sounds like this. That's not the one, it's this one, the shorter one over here. It said, we did not fully grasp, to the Guthrie family, we did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. You know, we never intended to hurt her, that was not our intention. And by the way, people talk like that. The double thing where you go, that was great. That was really great. Or, you know, it's like, we never intended to hurt her. And again, emphasizing, that wasn't our intention. She perished shortly after she was taken. We believe it was heart-related. She's buried in nature now, so you don't have to worry we didn't just toss her somewhere in the wild. Nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. It should have been, would have changed the outcome. And so what that's just saying is, hey, you know, we did ask you for money, but I just want you to know that even if you had sent us the money, she wasn't alive anymore. But we didn't intend to kill her. We're responsible for it, but we just didn't know how severe her condition was. We want your family to know this and hope you all can find peace. We are truly sorry. Okay? There you go. I mean, what else does that mean? So anyways, are you guys still here? I mean, like, all of a sudden your chat has just died. All right, so anyways, you've got this part right here. See? To the Guthrie family, an apology. Then, right after that, we had this one.
We received your message and we understand.
Right. And I said exactly what this meant the first time I heard it. And it meant exactly what I said. That she's saying, you know, we understand now. That means that they were told that she's not alive. And that they just want to know where the body is so they can have peace.
We beg you now to return
And they're willing to pay for the information.
our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace.
Right. They wouldn't do that. You're right, Chris. I mean, that's exactly right. There's no way the FBI would just go, well, shit, we have nothing else. Let's pretend that those are real. That what a waste of time.
This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message, and we understand.
Okay.
We beg.
That's just double. All right. And then they hadn't heard from this person in a long time. So then the FBI had Savannah put this one out.
It has been months
Right.
since our mom was taken from us. Our family is in agony. We are in a nightmare that will not end. Nothing about our situation has changed.
It would be, totally.
We have done our part, and we will never stop looking for her. We will always ache for her and feel that hole in our hearts. The world can be a cruel and unforgiving place.
Yeah, so the world can be a cruel and unforgiving place. And I think they're even saying that, maybe your life hasn't been that great.
And I know that you have tried to do things the right way.
Right, exactly. And that's referring to the second note. Right, and so they believe that the ransom notes are real, Dan. You get that, right?
So I'm asking you, begging you, to do the right thing now. Make the right choice. Help us find her. Tell us where to look for her.
I mean, I know exactly what they're doing. It's like, listen, I know that there's good in you. Based on that second note, you wanted us to feel better. You took care of our mom and buried her in nature. You didn't realize. You didn't intend to kill her. You tried to do the right thing. But we just needed to go one more step in that right thing again by letting us know where our mom is so that we can have peace. Can you do that for us? That's really what she's saying here.
I truly believe it is never too...
Let me ask you this. What I just said right there, didn't that just make a hell of a lot of sense? But how come you never hear this on any of the other, like the podcasts or anything? It's just so obvious. Like that's what they're doing. That's why she's doing this right here.
Too late to do the right thing. Help us bring this situation to an end.
Yeah, and then even like, hey, maybe there'll be even some redemption and, God will treat you better. I mean, it was really trying to make whatever part of the personality of the writer of that, the same writer wrote first and second one, but the quote, goodness in the person in the second one, she's appealing to. Are you guys already asleep or what's going on?
For all of us, no matter where we've been and what we've done, I believe there is always a way home. Please make the right choice.
Yeah, there's different ways to word things. I've pointed out every single one of them. Okay, yeah, over here it said, especially on number 2 here where it said, she's very nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. It should have said would have. But, people just, maybe they're not an English major. And they also use the word perished, right? But, I mean, why can't somebody use that word? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's a word. It exists. I don't know. Listen, the FBI, I think, is absolutely way believing that they're real. Okay, I think that they actually believe they're real, but state it like, they potentially could be. That's just how they're going to do it. Just in case it turns out to be something totally different. All right, so that's how I'm going to do it. And I'm saying this knowing that, wow, when it all comes together, it could be my theory of a kidnapping for ransom for hire that went wrong, or maybe it was just a kidnapping. It was a hired hit to make look like a ransom. I've said that as a possibility. I've said it could be the nut job theory. And then we've got like the Bonnie and Clyde. I kind of lean in the Bonnie and Clyde type scenario where there's like a couple people sort of younger. They're not hardened criminals. They thought, we can just do this one cool thing here and get some money. And it didn't work out at all and they felt bad. That's it. But they're not going to say anything else because They know that at the scene could be a treasure trove of forensic information. Yeah, probably. I don't know what she had. She may have had just, you know, I mean, she's got a pacemaker, and I don't really know how it all went down there. Okay, Jay, okay, just deal with it, man. Figure it out. That's just the audio's loud in the video, okay? Jesus. And this is how loud my voice is supposed to be. I didn't have it turned up all the way. Now if I play it, don't I sound pretty similar now?
Find her.
Come on, you guys. Why does somebody always have to complain every single night about something? It's wild. Anyways, there you go. I'm just right where I've been. I think it's sort of interesting. You know, the FBI is walking around. Maybe I kind of want to watch. Let's just watch that one little part again on the what he was saying there. And who knows? I might be
Hey
totally,
guys, thanks so much for checking out my show.
You know, I might be totally wrong, but I can tell you that just in the past, using the same type of thinking, etc., we're really accurate here. So I wouldn't be shocked at all if what I'm saying here is real, that the person actually felt bad. Now, if there was one person or two, you know, the nut job theory, some psycho, it seemed weird to write the second note. I can see writing the first note. The second note, you would think that they would want to dig in even more and torture the family and say, oh, man, yeah, she suffered, man. I did this and this and that. You know, but they didn't do that.
Website where you can and then but I was able to get a really good closer here. And yes, I have, but I was looking and interested in that area behind Nancy's house a couple of weeks, and they know who they are because several of the neighbors, you know, have done interviews with the FBI. The same agents have come to their house several times to talk to them, so they know kind of who they're looking for. They know who these people are. They know that it's the same agents who were out there initially.
I didn't ask for your
and what's
thoughts,
interesting is
Sunhouse.
I'm told that the FBI agents were in an area kind of behind Nancy's house, and if you look at Google Earth here, you can see what I'm talking about. There's almost like a, I don't want to call it an alley, but that's
okay. So what, Lee?
It's kind of the first word that comes to mind, but there's like a dirt sort of driveway, but it's like a public.
Yeah, so he's showing that
kind of
little
like an
spot
alley
right there.
that goes in an area sort of in the vicinity
And that's this
of
spot
the
right
land
here.
behind Nancy's house. And one of the neighbors was telling me that she saw an FBI agent back in that area. I've been back behind Nancy's house, and I at one point I got permission from one of the neighbors to go back there. There's a lot of open land
For some reason they're
behind her
walking
house,
around
and
back
it's
there.
kind of hard to describe unless you see it. I'm going to put some of this video.
So I don't know. That's really specific, pretty strange. I don't think the water thing makes any sense at all. Oh, well, the water runs down there. Really? Okay. From all the way over here, a cigarette butt floated down. I mean, give me a break. That's okay. You gave it to me what? What does that even mean? Yeah, I'm just not interested in your opinions. Let's see. We got covered a high. Yeah, we just get a lot of people that always have a complaint about something. And if you do your little talk back shit like that, you get timed out. It's interesting that they are in the specific... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, why are they just walking around here? man. See, I had the car parked right here in remember my original video animation? Like the car is parked right there. Even in the Bonnie and Clyde theory, I would have it parked right there. Yeah, see, Dan, you don't really, this is the kind of comments that people make like you that are just ludicrous, okay? It doesn't make anything. They only kidnapped her for the money. They didn't want to kill her, so they felt bad. Now, there's other killers types that kidnap people, and they don't care. But there's all kinds of different people out there. I mean, just, kind of use your brain a little bit, just every once in a while. It'd be great. Be fantastic. Hey, thanks, Haley, as in Haley's comment. And thank you so much for your generosity, Haley. It's made a big difference. Thank you. I know people can't do stuff all the time and whatnot, but, you guys are making it so we're just kind of hanging in there. Hopefully it's better than... Last month was going to be better than this one, unless there's some miracle cases or something that show up. But hopefully we do better than the 2 months prior. And thanks, looks like... And Marty out there. Thank you. Wow, thanks, Marty. Where are you? I haven't seen you in there. I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't know. It's just like people they always put these little snarky little comments. And no, I don't have 3 different theories. My main theory is well, sure, I do have more than one theory. The one I think's more plausible is sort of it's like a younger couple. There's no leader. The only way that that idiotic phrase that somebody uses, the chef and waiters, that situation where there's the actual mastermind, the only way that makes sense is if that person's a family member. Because then the second note would be why somebody like that might write that. But if it's not, if there's a mastermind, then why the hell are you writing that second note? Because the mastermind is only the person that's going to be writing the emails. So there's no reason to write the second one. You would just, boom, cut ties and get the hell out of Dodge. Unless you cared or you felt bad, So there's those are it. No, Jay. I'm not going to claim I was right if it's, my main theory that I had for a while was the nut job theory because it answered all the questions. But right now I'm leaning towards the sort of like a couple, and they were sort of younger, and that's my theory. So you can be a dipshit and type your little, you only have 3 theories, Gray? I guess you'll be right no matter what. Yeah, no, I'm not going to say that. I'll go, yeah, that was one of my theories, but that wasn't my main one. That's how I am. I'm unlike you and your little buddies out there that are right every single time on something, and they were never close. All right? We actually get shit right on the money here. For example, like I've always said, the Debbie Collier case. You probably still think she was killed by her kid and the boyfriend. Yeah, no, that's not what I said. Kidnappers, of course, aren't great people. Right. So, it's... even if they had a conscience, these kidnappers, it doesn't mean they're good people. It means that they didn't mean to kill her, and they understand the pain that they've caused and feel bad about it. And knew that they had a way to communicate that they aren't going to be tracked. Another reason a second note to make it to the end, the pursuit of Nancy, and Well, it's not going to end the pursuit of them. What they're just kind of doing is saying, we're not going to communicate with you ever again. But before we do that, we're going to let you know that she's buried in nature. We didn't intentionally harm her, so we weren't sitting there pounding on her and that kind of thing. And we didn't realize the fragileness of her, and we're truly sorry. That's what they said. So they're really just saying, we got to give them some answers, okay? But then we're just going to cut ties. And they had a secure way of communicating, and so they used that, and then that's it. Well, Marty was in the background. I don't think it would end the pursuit of them. It would give, the sending the second note actually sort of verified who they were and put more focus in on them. The secure way of communicating seems high level. Yeah. Well, also if you do KOLD or whatever, they had the secure tip line, and then you could probably use a VPN on that, and then boom, it's almost impossible. But yeah, they seemed like they were tech savvy. They knew how to communicate without being found, and they must have had a way to secure the Bitcoin. They probably had it all figured out. Every bit of it. And the guy that's sending the emails is likely the person who did all that too. And there might just be one other person. It could be a kidnapping for ransom gone wrong and just one person. Okay? Absolutely could be that. I'm saying that there's two because it's a hell of a lot more convenient. There's that walkie-talkie perhaps in the pocket. And so you got that. Yeah, but, Jay just does his little stupid little song and dance up there with, hey, you got 3 theories, Gray. You can't be wrong. No, I'm not. I don't lean towards those other ones. So at the end, I'll say, yeah, we discussed those, I'm not going to jump around and say, oh, I nailed it, man. What I'm going to say is, I'll say the things that I think are going to be true. That Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped from her home for a ransom. That something went wrong and she died, and the people who wrote the ransom notes literally felt bad and wrote a apology note that gave some comfort to Savannah and her family. That's it. Okay? Now you might, whatever the combination of this and this and this and this and this, great. I don't know what that is. Okay? I think there might be more than one person because they're the walkie-talkie and another car could just pull up. That one's pretty good. Hey, Jay, what's your availability for a bubble bath this weekend? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Mimosas? Bubbles? Think about it. Jim Lon's crazy, man. Get that one. That's ridiculous. You should have put a question mark. Mimosas? Bubbles? Think about it. Just you and me. And the iguana. Don't forget the iguana. It'll just be swimming around in the middle. Yeah. Why didn't they leave a physical note in the house? They were physically in the house, so can't leave any more DNA than they already did. Yeah, maybe they just felt like they didn't want to leave their handwriting or a print, any other forensic evidence at all. Yeah, just think through things, Dan. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it's really easy to answer a lot of your questions. See, when you come from a conspiratorial mindset, it's easy to debunk, you know. Although conspiratorial people sometimes are hard to debunk because they throw things out that are so ludicrous that it's hard to even come up with something rational to debate it. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. You know, why didn't they open the door with their left hand instead of the right, man? We really could get something on that. Oh, how do you know what hand it was? Ah, I'm just throwing it out there. Come on, Dan. Yeah. I don't have 3 theories. I've had evolving theories over time. Okay? I explained to you what my theories have been. I'm currently exactly where I just said. I don't know how many people or whatever. I just know, I believe that, you know, again, I'll say it again. Nancy was kidnapped, taken from the house for a kidnapping for ransom. That's why they removed the camera, to hide the fact that their car was going to pull up there. Then they put her in the car and they drove away. And then Nancy did die, and that's why they weren't able to ever do proof of life, and she died, and they didn't want her to die. And then once ransom was not obtained off their Hail Mary attempt, they watched the family suffer in the media, realized that they could not prove that she was alive. They couldn't ask her a secret question. They couldn't do anything. And then they said, you know what, we got to just wash our hands. And we didn't mean to do it. Let's try to give them some comfort. And they literally said, they sent him an apology message, number 2, and that is it. They're never going to communicate again. I really doubt that they'll respond to Savannah's message. How about you guys? I think that's really not... Marty just said he's not here. All right, I don't even know if you guys are even still here. Man, you guys got to type more. You guys are killing it. You're killing the algorithm when you just stop and you just stare at the screen. I've explained this to you guys so many times. It's almost unbelievable. All right, let me try. I'm going to try one of Jim's. This is the country version of Jim's. I don't even know what it's going to come up with. There we go. Yeah, I like that one already.
I'm leaving here, so let's not split hairs. I don't belong here in the first place. Oh no, I feel I lost
pretty good.
my
Pretty good, Jim, even though it's country.
and all this loneliness leaves me with nothing to say. All I'll do is turn around and walk away. Just walk away. Oh no.
Come on, Jim, that's good.
But yes, I'll think of you somewhere out there. I know I'll manage to.
That's already one of the good ones.
Even though you just left me waiting. Oh no.
Yeah, it's the one by Jim gave me the lyrics. wish he had more verses and stuff, because that was it.
Oh no.
Just a short little ballad there. All right, Jim. That was good. Let's see what the second version sounds like. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Good night, Wild Bill Wassman. Hey, thank you so much for your generosity there, Wild Bill.
So let's not split hairs.
I guess Jim's on rewind. He didn't even hear his own song.
I don't belong here in the first place.
So we got these versions and then two more versions.
Oh no. I feel I lost my way. And all this loneliness leaves me with nothing to say. All I'll do is turn around and walk away. Just walk away. Oh no, but yes, I'll think of you. Somewhere out there. I know I'll manage to. Even though you just left me.
Yeah, there's Jim's lyrics.
Waiting.
Marty. Come on, you gotta like the country too, though, Jim. All right, here we go. Okay, here's the other one. Okay, so I used your exact words that you gave me, Jim. So if it doesn't turn out the right way, then.
I'm leaving here, so let's not split hairs. I don't belong here in the first place. Oh no, I feel I lost my way. And all this loneliness leaves me with nothing to say.
This one's not bad either.
All I'll do is turn around and walk away. Just walk away.
I was gonna just say that. Repeat it.
Oh no. But yes, I'll think of you somewhere out there. I know I'll manage to, even though you just left me waiting.
You need more lyrics for this thing.
Oh no.
Oh, there's nothing more that I could say. I'm gonna save that first country one. Didn't you think the first country one was the
I'm
best one?
leaving here.
You think the first country one was the better one?
So let's not.
Okay, here's another one. Okay. The problem is you can't, like, if you send me another one, it'll just make a new song. But maybe it'll make another good one. Yeah, you needed to have, like, if it could have been 4 minutes long, it'd been perfect, you know?
I'm leaving here, so let's not split hairs. I don't belong here in the first place. Oh no, I feel I lost my way. And all this loneliness leaves me with nothing to say. All I always turn around and walk away. Just walk away.
Send it to me, Jim.
Oh no. But yes, I'll think of you somewhere out there. I know I'll manage to, even though
Well, there was 2 country songs in a row. I thought the first one was the best one.
waiting. Oh no.
I think if you got rid of the bass violin, I think it's this one right here. This is the best one of the 4. 1, 2, 3,
4. I'm leaving here, so let's not split hairs. I don't belong here in the first place.
This captures the feeling right here.
I feel I lost my way, and all this loneliness leaves me with nothing to say. All I'll do is turn around.
I know it needs like 4 parts on that first one.
Just walk away. Oh no. But yes, I'll think of you somewhere out there. I know I'll manage to, even though you just left me waiting. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, send me the other verse on that one. Let's see. That was... I guess I'd have to put that back in there. I never could find that other song, Haley. That one that you mentioned earlier, I looked. I mean, I'm sure it's in there somewhere. I just got tired of looking for it. There's so many songs in there now. It's just. Let me try one more of that last one without the... I'm just gonna... Did you send him, Jim? And the answer is no. You always say stuff like that. Oh, I got another verse, but then you don't send it. I mean, come on. I don't know. I just don't have time to look for it. There's so many pages. There's 20-something pages of 10, like 200 songs. Was it that good where, I gotta... Oh, come on. It wasn't that good. All right, I did your other one with taking that bass out of it. I just want to see what it sounds like pure penny. Yeah, you should write. Your lyrics work pretty good. So you think it's called like something like Fire? They don't have a search function either here. And by the way, they don't have the dates on when you made it. So that's the problem. It's just kind of randomly going, let's see, was it on that? Wise to Glow. I like that one. Yeah, I don't know. Just don't see anything with the word fire in it. I just went through the whole thing again. So, oh well. Oh well. Yeah, they don't have search. They don't have anything. They should have search where you can look for the lyrics, you know.
I'm living here, so let's not split hairs.
Yeah, forget that one. How about this one?
I'm living here.
No, that was supposed to be... shit. That was supposed to be a female. Screw it. Sweet. Awesome. Well, should we play Chicken Wings again? How about we play Chicken Wings and then our... well, you know what you haven't done is Plink Plunk in a while. Chicken tenders. Here we go. Here's Chicken Wing. Here's Chicken Wing for you guys. A song
There's
written
a
back in
little
1920.
walking down the street. Feathers are fluffy and tiny little feet. Got a heart so soft, yeah, they feel everything. Say one mean word and they're ready to sing. Why'd you say that? Was it something I did? 5 minutes later, they forgot what they said. Started talking about feelings, then jumped to the weather. That's our little chicken, the chicken tender. Sensitive soul, but they're sweet as can be. Got a million little thoughts running wild and free. Ask them one question, better settle it. 'Cause 3 hours later, they're still gonna begin. Chicken tender, tender heart.
Oh wait, hey.
Talk so much they forget the start. Never stays on topic.
Never stays on topic.
Knows the thread. Starts with a chicken and ends with a bear.
I love this next part. Wait.
What were we talking
Wait, what were we talking about?
about again?
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so perfect.
Freaks, they're the best friends.
Freaks.
Sweet little chicken, everybody knows.
There you go. Wait, what? What were we talking about? That was cool how they put that in there. Hey, what was the name of that song, Haley, that you mentioned a minute ago? Because I actually saved this song a while ago called Mountain Fire. So I was able to look something up. Let's see. Is this it? That sounds different. Do you think it'd be the same lyrics, though? Let's see.
Night breathes slow on the high ridge. Embers wink like distant stars. The full moon listens from silver silence. Pine needles whisper old stories to my boots. When sketches
It sounds a little different than the one that you told me
the
that was.
familiar ache.
But I'm wondering if it's the same.
My hands cup the warmth like a small pilgrimage. Shadows fold into the slope and do not hurry. Crackling fire on the lonely mountain. Full moon pours its patience over me. I keep the light close and the dark gentle. Here where the world feels soft and free. Smoke draws maps of every could have been. Footsteps downhill fade into the name of night. I trace the curve of memory in the sparks, letting the mountain teach me how to quiet. Crackling fire on a lonely mountain.
I think I found the spot
Full moon pours
where those are
its
at.
patience over me. I keep the light close and the dark gentle.
Hey, I want to see something really quick because there's 4 of them with the we were just looking for a song. So how about this one? That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. So those all have the word fire in it. How about that one? No. No. How about this one? No. I don't know. That's about the only one I could find that had that. All right, back to the. I'm gonna do. Where the hell was it? I actually have about 50 songs in the decent folder. I forgot the name of the one. Plink Plunk. Oh, Paper Hearts. That's the one.
Soft hair.
Jim's favorite song of all time. Here we go. With Penny, or Penelope as he likes to call her.
Hush, and then the night.
I already found it.
A string of paper hearts on a thin wire, trembling like a secret about to expire. Fingers fumble, the clasp slips free. One by one they loosen, fall from me. Slow at first, like rain on glass. Tiny echoes of the life we had. Plink, plink, plunk, the hearts hit the ground.
What a cool
Little
chorus.
metal bells,
It's a Disney.
without a sound. Thunk, thunk, thud, the echoes roll around. A string of hearts hitting the ground. They kiss the pavement in a scattered line. Crimson confetti, a low design. Each small throb, a syllable of pain. We built our music from the broken chain. Listen close to the hollow drum, where every tenderness has come undone. Plink, plink, plunk, the hearts hit the ground. Little metal bells, without a sound. Thunk, thunk, thud, the echoes roll around. A string of hearts hitting the ground. Shiver of silver, a clatter of hope. Tiny dominoes that tumble and elope. Underfoot, the chorus finds its mouth, turning all our ornaments into south. Clink, 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 the hearts hit the ground. Little metal bells, without a sound. Thunk, thunk, thud, the echoes roll around. A string of hearts hitting the ground. One last plink, a last soft sigh. The string is empty under the sky.
That's almost like perfect for a Disney song or something.
Night breeze on the windowsill. I count the stars like faces I can't touch. Morning folds its map across the room. I trace the places where your laughter used to be. Coffee cools beside the photos on the shelf. I wonder which road took the best of you from me. Shadows keep the questions that I can't unlearn. Echoes hold the stories I still hate to earn. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. Letters in the corner smell like distant rain. Names in my pocket are maps I never read. I talk to empty chairs and wait for answers back, wishing on the corners of a life I can't retrieve. If memory's a river, I keep diving in to catch the little truths you left inside my skin. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow.
What did I do accidentally?
Maybe they're under all.
Oh, you're talking about the Paper Hearts one? I like this song.
Quiet that I fear. Maybe they're humming in the songs I still hear. I close my eyes and reach through the distance and the years to hold a piece of all the people I held dear. Softly I call their names into the night, fingers on the map, trying to bring them into light. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. Night breeze on the windowsill, I leave the light on, hoping somewhere someone feels the same and keeps me on.
Yeah, it was crazy. I was trying to make a sound effects. I was trying to make a sound effect for, well, basically this right here, this thing. I was just trying to go like, you know, that's all I was trying to do. And I typed it in there. Well, I mean, I could actually go back and tell you what I mean, I could find the actual thing that I typed in. And then it wrote a song that good just off of that. That's crazy. Although if you're horse teeth, cow teeth, who has nothing positive to say of the entire night, you probably wouldn't like it. Alright, let's see. Maybe you like this one, horse teeth, cow teeth.
Parked my ride outside of Marty's bar and grill. Woke up to a tow truck and the sky gone still. She said her name was over when the jukebox fell. Left with a suitcase and a cigarette shell. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl and my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone, nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck ran out like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Tried to catch a memory at the corner of the bar. Missed every crooked shot, left my heart on the felt scar. Friends were half smiling, the night felt thin as a thread. Stumbled into trouble with a head full of lead. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl and my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone, nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck rang like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Fluorescent light and a Bible on the sink, cold metal bench held more answers than I think. Prayed with a laugh and a cigarette smell. Redemption came quiet in a county hotel. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl and my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone, nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck tolls like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Parked my old mistakes by Marty's neon swell. Lost a lot on the way, but I found something to tell. Lost every game of pool, but I found grace where sinners dwell. Lost my way in the cold and found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell.
What a cool start to the
Kept
song.
my lipstick on for strangers, counting pieces of another goodbye. I walk through rooms of borrowed promises, smile through storms that weren't my own. They took my light, called it their favor, left me learning how to fall alone. I built my armor out of maybes, quiet prayers under city lights. Then you came like a steady sunrise, woke the colors I had locked inside. You lift me up like an eagle, wings of gold. You carry me higher. You show me skies I forgot existed. You lift me up like an eagle. where I didn't belong. You said my name without a question, made the broken parts feel strong. No more dodging all the thunders, no more hiding from my truth. Your hands taught me to trust the weather and trust the rhythm of my youth. You lift me up like an eagle, wings of gold. You carry me higher. You show me skies I forgot existed. You lift me up like an eagle. Like an eagle. I was a whisper in a crowded silence. You were the chorus that pulled me through. Now every doubt dissolves in daylight when your breath says I'm enough. I knew higher, higher. On your wings I learned to fly. Higher, higher. Leaving every broken night. You lift me up, like an eagle. Wings of gold. You carry me higher. You show me skies I forgot existed. You lift me up like an eagle. Like an eagle. No more heavy anchors holding, only open blue and truth to find. You lift me up, and I am fearless. You lift me up, and you are mine.
Come on, that's pretty good. All right. You can hear the ominous tones.
Night hums in the corners where the bright lights don't reach. They smile like fathers and neighbors on the street. Polished words like honey to drown out your feet. They fold into crowds like a secret that breathes, passing in daylight with pockets of teeth.
A kindness that lingers with a cold in its hold. Echoes of stories that grow darker when told.
Watch the small signs when the velvet voice clears. Look for the shadow that lives near your fears. Silent alarms born from old quiet scars. A skin deep charm hiding rusty bars. You feel it before you name what you fear. A crooked detail that suddenly sticks clear. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears.
Mark the small truths that the panic nears.
They learn how to kneel and how to bow just right.
Speak like a guardian in the hush of the night.
They glide through families with practiced regret.
Wearing concern like a hand-me-down silhouette.
The Listen to laughter that trembles and strains. Notice the hush where the warning remains. Old stories whisper where the new lie steers. Follow the sign where the silence clears. Little betrayals tucked in a grin. Patterns repeat where the danger begins. A pulse at the throat, a chill in the ears. Truth's baby step closer, dismissing the ears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Hold to the line where the safety disappears. We teach the children to name every name, to trust their skin, to call out the game. When instinct speaks loud, let the room come alive. Pull the curtains and let the old lies die. Fingers pointed at the smallest detail. Quiet courage in the face of the tale. One small voice can unravel the gears of the hidden mouth and the lowered ears.
Lowered ears.
Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Gather the light when the night draws near. Keep watch by the threshold and sharpen your sight. We name what we fear and we bring it to light.
That's a good one. Yeah, I took some of your words in the chat. Let's see what this one sounds like. I don't know if we'll be able to pull it off.
It came on like something off the radio. They listen to him 'cause they say he's crazy.
These are exactly.
This tune's been rolling in my head all day, stuck like a memory I can't outrun.
These are all the things you guys were typing in.
Gotta go to sleep. Work tomorrow.
I even put horse teeth, cow teeth.
Gotta go to sleep. Work tomorrow. But the melody won't let me go. Says the bastard still runs muddy like it always has. Ain't no cane to grind and cotton's almost gone. That 60 Chevrolet was something back when it shined. Now it's rust and stories parked behind the barn.
I think that was Marty. Maybe.
Static and a laugh cut through the dark. A man's old truths wrapped in a crooked song. Nights pull at the edges of what the day forgot. Gotta go to sleep. tomorrow. Gotta go to sleep. Wake tomorrow. But the melody won't let me go. I close my eyes and hear that radio. Gotta go to sleep. Work tomorrow.
That's wild. Just out of comments you guys were making, I just threw them in there. What are the odds of that, huh? Hold on.
This tune's been rolling in my head all
That might be a
day.
better version of it. Let's see.
Stuck like a memory I can't outrun. Gotta go to sleep. Work tomorrow. Gotta go to sleep. Work tomorrow. But the melody won't let me go. He says the basso still runs muddy like it always has. Ain't no cane to grind and cotton's almost gone.
I like this one better than the other one.
That 60 Chevrolet was something back when it shined. Now it's rust and stories parked behind the barn. Static in a laugh cut through the dark. A man's old truths wrapped in a crooked song. The nights pull at the edges of what they forgot. Gotta go to sleep. Work tomorrow. Gotta go to sleep. Work tomorrow. But the melody won't let me go.
That's pretty amazing.
I close my eyes and hear that.
You guys were the deep ones, Chicken Wing.
Gotta go to sleep.
It barely changed your words at all on that one.
Work tomorrow.
I think that was better. You guys agree that one's better than the first one? I think that one was better than the first one. But what I did was I just went up and grabbed words that you guys typed in. Like I brought in, he says the Bazo still, this is what Marty said. Still runs muddy, just like she has all along. Ain't no cane. I don't know if that's part of lyrics that he's typing in there. But, I went up and grabbed a whole bunch of different things and put them in there. Pretty interesting.
The street still smells like rain and rust. Your jacket on the chair, your name and dust. I traced the hour where the light fell thin, and the man with with empty eyes took the shape of him. My nights fold under the weight of the white. I wake with your breath and the echo of lies. There's a knot in my throat I can't untie. I never learned to let you go. 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 The neighbors say the sirens left too soon. They whisper of a price beneath the cold moon. I keep your pictures in the drawer like sin, folded pages of the love that should have been. Days move around me like a room without doors. Every smile is glass that shatters on the floor. How do I breathe when my heart keeps score? I never learned to let you go. 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 I pray sometimes and my hands feel thin. I ask the sky why evil took him. If mercy is a river, why does it run dry? I stand here asking God if he hears my cry. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I never learned to let you go. 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 Maybe I'll learn to carry you softer with time. Maybe faith will stitch the wound that's mine. Till then I walk with the shadow you left on my soul, praying to God to teach my hands to hold.
Yeah, let me see. I don't know what song you're talking about, Jim. The one we just did tonight, right? Here, hold on. I'll tell you what I put in the. Yeah, we have like, what are we at? 20 pages? It's crazy. All these songs that we're doing are from this program. It's pretty crazy. I'm just trying to find this. Hold on. Oh, there it is. All right, so on this one, I said, write a song with a female with harmony from a male singer. Make it a song about losing a loved one to an evildoer and dealing with the pain that lasts a lifetime. And then I put, like, you know, have them wonder how to get out of the feeling trapped and unable to move on and enjoy life. Then think about, you know, turning to God to get out of the nightmare. You know, come up with a great chorus with varying levels using harmony. I mean, that's what it came up with. Can you believe that? I mean, that's freaking... I mean, that's the story that I wanted to tell, you know. That was it. And then it's, the prompt is female, male, sad, folk, melancholic piano, finger-picked acoustic guitar at 70 beats per minute, layered, you know, blah, 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 blah. So there you go. Well, I don't know if this is, hold on a second, I gotta go back. That's the best oh yeah. Oh yeah, hold on a second. Okay, that's the version you don't like, but that's the best version. So hold on, let me go back to your, I gotta play Jim's one he likes. So hold on. So it was just called Just Walk Away, 1, 2, 3. I think it's this one. While you're done complaining, horse teeth? All right.
So let's
Very
not
cool.
split hairs. I don't belong here in the first place. Oh no, I feel I lost my way, and all this loneliness leaves me with nothing to say. All I'll do is turn around and walk away.
Like the Beatles.
Just walk away. Oh no. But yes, I'll think of you somewhere out there. I know I'll manage to, even though you just left me waiting. Oh no.
This is Jim Lon's lyrics too. So Jim Lon wrote the lyrics to that. There was no change in the lyrics. So you need to send us like 2 more verses, and then I'll probably do the same version as the melancholy one. I think it should be a little sadder sounding. Don't you think? 2 more verses, Jim. You can do it. All right, let's see. Number 6.
The empty chair keeps a steady conversation. The clock takes blame into the corners of the room. We set a plate and call your name out, so we fold the laundry in the
Hey, before we can, you want to see something crazy? I said, what would this person look like using ChatGPT? First it gave me a guy, and I go, well, no, but it's a girl singing. And then it goes, oh, okay. And then it, you know, I sometimes, I don't know if you guys, what do you guys think? But I think it does look like, you know, I think this person right here, that's That's what AI said. This is what they would look like. And you can't see it right now, so here we go. This one right here. See that? Isn't that weird? That's kind of what you would think maybe that person might look like who's singing that song. I mean, it's so weird. You know?
Typically where there is a photograph that never learns to smile. There is a laugh that breaks and stays inside our mouths. Nights are long and the streets keep swallowing light. We trace the maps of days that you won't come back on. Carry me forward on the hush of your name. Carry me forward when the light is gone strange. Hold the space where your footsteps used to be. Carry me forward, don't let me fall to memory. Candles match the birthdays that we do without. A funeral song that taught the sun how to be quiet. Evidence of you lives in the ordinary things. A coffee cup, a winter coat, the shadow of your rain. We keep the questions like glass inside our bones. We learn the weight of forever in the slow hours. Carry me forward on the whisper of your name. Carry me forward through the rooms of the rain. Keep the line between grieving and giving breath. Carry me forward, carry me past the edge. We walk through open doors that close like thunder. We carry fingerprints of you on every tender place. Silence is a drumbeat that remembers your thunder. We are the cartographers of absence and grace. In the quiet we collect the pieces you left. In the dark we read the letters of your name. Carry me forward on the hush of your name. Carry me forward when the world calls me change. But the cold and the questions that never leave. Carry me forward. Carry me. We carry the weight like a promise and a scar. We carry you forward wherever we are. At the fork where the river bends, moonlight paints the maps of men. Dusty road that whispers easy, smooth stones laid for careless feet. Hollow bells and silver promises lead the weary to defeat. Heart and compass at a stand. Wind is calling, take my hand. Two roads lie out in the sand. One has nothing, one demands. One will steal the light from your hands. listen while trail under honest stars. Rouge that pull, but crown that holds. Every step is paid in courage. Every scar becomes a goal. Footprints form what we become. Shadows shrink when morning comes. Pseudos lie out in the sand. One has nothing, one demands. One will steal the light from your hands. Only one will lead you to the promised land. Only one will lead you to the promised land. I hear the fathers, hear the mothers, sing a river, sing of home. The easy road feeds empty hunger. The harder road calls you to roam. I close my eyes and see the sunrise burning clean across the land. I lift my face and choose the sunrise. Reach for truth with outstretched hand. One small step, one honest breath. Follow love and not the thread. Two roads lie out in the sand. One has nothing, one denies. One will steal the light from your hands. Only one will lead you to the promised land. Just behind and dawn again. I walk the path where faith is led. One road gone, one road stands. I follow the road to the promised land. One road gone, one road stands. I follow the road to the promised land.
Hey, Carson Hockey Fan Club. It's good to have somebody, newer watching. I mean, at least hanging out at the end of the show, watching or listening to the music. Should we play Crazy Iguana? Jim's song about him.
Sun on his scales and the leash in my hand. We hit the sidewalk like a one-man band. He struts past the mailbox like he owns the block, telling a rhythm he keeps a beat non-stop. Neighbors always kids point with a grin. My 4-foot shadow turns every head we spin. He wears my old sunglasses, bask in the glow. Every step's a story, every corner's a show. My crazy iguana dancing in the sun.
This was just a song about
my crazy iguana, two hearts beating as one. My crazy iguana, popcorn and baseball.
He didn't write it.
Fun. My crazy iguana, roll with me, let's run. Friday night flicks, he's chewing on a block. Popcorn on his chin, but he loves every shot. Tub time bubbles splash flashes up to the sky.
Bubble bath.
He does a victory flip and gives a little sigh. He steals a spotlight at the candlelit place. Napkin on his lap, a little salsa on his face. My crazy iguana dancing in the sun. My crazy iguana, two hearts beating as one. My crazy iguana, popcorn and baseball fun. My crazy iguana, roll with me, let's run. He cheers from the bleachers, green flag in his claw. Snags a hot dog, takes a bow.
I picture that Gecko commercials with this guy.
Under stadium lights, or in a midnight
Or
bag.
Geico.
Life's an adventure on a shared path. Just me and my sidekick. The city's parade. Tiny royal spice, and we are in shade. My crazy iguana dancing in the sun. My crazy iguana, two hearts beating as one. My crazy iguana, popcorn and baseball fun. My crazy iguana, roll with me, let's run. Sun on his scales and the leash in my hand. We walk off laughing, the best band in the land.
And Jim wasn't even here to listen to it. Here comes the sun, it sounded like.
Laughing and crying, living and dying is all we got. It's all we got. So hold on. I think they'll play another song. Please hold on. I think I'll write you one more song. I have this voice within my heart. I have this heart within on my head.
What do you mean?
On days like these it's hard to say exactly what they said. What they said. But I'll hold on. I think I'll find my path along. And I'll stay strong, because I know I'll have your song. I'll have your song.
Oh, what do you mean this is his? What do you mean by his? I don't know what that means.
You've been carrying the weight so long, you forgot what it feels like to put it down. Smiling just enough to fool the room, while you're barely keeping both feet on the ground. You tell yourself I should be stronger, like strength means suffering alone. But even the toughest walls
I know,
can
whose song is it?
crumble.
What do you
They're
mean
holding up the
by
world
this is his?
on
Whose is
their
it?
own. You don't have have to hide the
Oh, maybe, I don't know.
answers.
I don't know if he wrote it.
You don't have to hide the scars. Sometimes courage is just reaching for a hand there in the dark. Asking for help is not admitting defeat. It's saying I'm still here, I'm still on my feet. It's not waving a white flag, it's raising one up, saying I've had enough, but I haven't given up. When the road gets too heavy, when you've carried too much, there's no shame in reaching out for somebody's touch. Asking for help doesn't mean you're not tough. It means you're refusing to give up. Maybe you've been fighting silent wars. Nobody around you even knows. Holding conversations in your head with every feel you never chose. Maybe you're afraid they'll see you different. Maybe pride keeps locking every door. But the people who truly love you would rather listen and lose you to the war. You don't have to climb a mountain with your hands tied to your side. There are people who walk there.
Oh, that's the one, okay. I didn't know, I don't remember.
Asking for help.
I know that there wasn't there was no cue for me in it. I looked it up.
It's not waving a white flag, it's raising one up, saying I've had enough, but I haven't.
Yeah, that one turned out pretty good. Yeah.
Gets too heavy when you've carried too much.
I guess Haley has better memory than I do.
For somebody's touch, asking for help doesn't mean you're not tough. It means you're refusing to give up. And if somebody sends you this song because they thought of you tonight, don't mistake their words for pity. They're just trying to leave a lie. Maybe all they're really saying is you don't have to disappear. Maybe 3 small words I need help are the bravest words somebody ever hears. So call a friend, knock on the door, say what you couldn't say before. Let somebody know you're hurting, let somebody share the weight. You don't have to wait for rock bottom, you don't have to prove you're strong. Sometimes surviving means admitting you were never meant to fight alone. Asking for help is not admitting defeat. It's choosing tomorrow when today has your feet. It's not waving a white flag, it's raising one up, say I'm tired as hell, but I haven't given up. When your heart feels too heavy, when the climb gets too rough, let somebody remind you that you are enough. Asking for help doesn't mean you're not tough. It means you're refusing. You're refusing. You're refusing. You're refusing to give up. So if you know somebody fighting more than they ever let you see, past.
I like this one. This one should move up a little higher, I think.
The street still smells like rain and rust.
There's Penelope again.
Your jacket on the chair, your name in dust. I traced the hour where the light fell thin, and the man with empty eyes took the shape of him.
My nights fold under the weight of the wire.
Awake with your breath and the echo of lies.
There's a knot in my throat
I can't untie. I never learned to let you go. I never learned to let
that's right. It's a different version of Never Let You
I
Go.
never learned to let you go. I never learned to let you go. I never learned to
It almost sounds like a totally different song, but it's pretty sweet.
I never learned to
Oh, thanks,
let
Sandra. I appreciate that.
you go.
Thank you.
The neighbors say the sirens left too soon.
So this is the same as I Never Learned.
They whisper of a price beneath the cold moon.
What do you guys think? This one's pretty good version
I
of
keep
that.
your pictures in a drawer like sin. Folded pages of the love that should have been. Days move around me like a room without doors. Every smile is glass that shatters on the floor. How do I breathe when my heart keeps score? I never learned to let you go. I never learned to let you go. I never learned to let you go. I never learned.
It's like a cover of.
I never learned to let you go. I never learned to let you go. I pray sometimes and my hands feel thin. I ask the sky why evil took him. If mercy is a river, why does it run dry? I stand here asking God if he hears my cry. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone.
Now I like the other one a little bit better. This is just a whole different song, you know. Almost sounds totally
I
different.
keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I never learned to let you go. 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 Maybe I'll learn to carry you softer with time. Maybe faith will stitch the wound that's mine. Till then I walk with the shadow you left on my soul, praying to God to teach my hands to hold.
Yeah, that was one of the. I think that was one of the other versions at the time when I made it. But I went and listened to them again. I was like, oh, that's pretty good. You know. But yeah, the first one, the other one, it's like this is a cover of that first one, right? Yeah.
Night draws its curtain over the city lights. Footsteps keep time like keepsakes across the tiles. Neon halos.
Yeah, I like the other one like quite a bit more. That's more. There's more emotion in the first one. I just thought that one was pretty good with the duet.
Voices hum in static rivers, miss the sea. We pass the windows where our reflections flee. I pause where the air has held its breath too long. I search for one small thread to stitch the song. I listen to the hush that answers me, a quiet that carries everything we keep through empty halls and crowded avenues. The hush replies in ways we never choose. I listen to the hush that answers me. Fingers trace the glass, chasing borrowed light. Conversations blur and melt into the night. Doors close on, meaning like shutters on the dawn. Each passing whisper leaves the space where something's gone. There's a language folded in the pause between, a fragile kind of truth that wants to be seen. I listen to the hush that answers me, a quiet that carries everything we keep through empty halls and crowded avenues. The hush replies in ways we never choose. I listen to the hush that answers me. Maybe silence holds a map of where we lose our way. Maybe in the stillness tiny sparks remember flame. If I lay down my echo, will you let your grip fall? Two breaths in the dark might build a bridge to what we mean. I listen to the hush that answers me, a quiet that carries everything we keep through empty halls and crowded avenues. The hush replies in ways we never choose. I listen to the hush that answers me.
Good night, chicken wing. I'm about out of here myself.
Morning draws the shutters, threads the sky with light. The hush folds into pockets where the words take flight. We step into the daylight with a softer clarity, holding to the hush that taught us how to be.
Waves for the wandering, river for the road.
That's a pretty good one. This one, I don't remember which version was the better one.
River for the road.
I'll just do that first one. But anyways, you guys, thank you to Reds 777, Cinnamon Sin Freak, Wild Bill Wassman, Cheryl Bill Wassman, Allie K, Wild Bill Wassman, Haley, Wild Bill Wassman, Richard Watts, Tracy Von Brock, Bedazzle, Link,
Ocean rolls like
Horse
a
Teeth, Cow Teeth, Allie K,
in the dark.
Chicken Wing, Wild Bill
toss a
Wassman, Tracy
little
Von Brock,
lawless.
Chicken Wing,
Secret
Allie K,
without a mark.
Haley, Gifted 5,
I drift on choices
6 Kids,
made by
UK,
wind
Wild Bill
and by
Wassman,
chance.
Haley, Timothy
No
Cecil,
compass in my
Chris
pocket,
O'Connell, Horse
only the
Teeth Cow
pull
Teeth,
of
Chris O'Connell again,
circumstance.
Wild Bill
There's
Wassman,
beauty
Chris O'Connell
in
again,
the tumble,
Wild Bill Wassman, Chris
learning how
O'Connell,
to sway.
Juju Bean, Haley,
Sometimes I
Chris O'Connell,
ashamed
Chicken
for
Wing,
a channel
Haley,
to
Wild Bill
obey.
Wassman, Chris O'Connell,
Waves
Chris
for
O'Connell,
the wonder,
me, Haley, Chris
river
O'Connell,
for
and
the
Roger.
road.
And thank you to Marty, too.
One
And thanks for Marty.
carries a code.
And don't forget, let's see,
The river
Sandra
cuts
also
where
there.
purpose finds the land.
Knows the stones it meets and the course it plans.
the current holds an order.
All right, this one's pretty cool. But I'm just going to play my favorite song right at the end again. I just want to hear it one. I always like it. Just makes me. I don't know what it is about it. All right. You know, Marty's is right up there, but mine's, you know, the one that I always tell you about. So here we go. We've already listened to it. This will be the third version. You know, we played it once. It's I Never Learned. But for some reason, it's one of those ones that gives me like that little chill that you get. So that's what I want to play right at the end. And it's the real version, not the cover that we just heard a minute ago.
The street still smells like rain and rust. Your jacket on the chair, your name and dust.
The words are
I
great.
traced the hour where the light fell thin, and the man with empty eyes took the shape of him. My nights fold under the weight of the white. I wake with your breath and the echo of lies. There's a knot in my throat I can't untie. I never learned to let you go. 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 The neighbors say the sirens left too soon. They whisper of a price beneath the cold moon. I keep your pictures in the drawer like sin, folded pages of the love that should have been. Days move around me like a room without doors. Every smile is glass that shatters on the floor. How do I breathe when my heart keeps score? I never learned to let you go. 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 I pray sometimes and my hands feel thin. I ask the sky why evil took him. If mercy is a river, why does it run dry? I stand here asking God if he hears my cry. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth.
Hey, thanks so much, Chris. I appreciate you.
I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I never learned to let you go. 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 I never learned to let you go.
Thank you, freaks.
Maybe I'll learn to carry you softer with time. Maybe faith will stitch the wound that's mine. Till then I walk with the shadow you left on my soul. Praying to God to teach my hands to hold.
Good night, freaks. Thank you all very much for your support for the channel. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Good night, Carson. Good night, Haley. Good night, Marty. Good night, Leah. Good night, Jim Long. Chicken wing.
Evil can never be dead enough.